السلام الملكي.
Good morning, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizers and partners of the Creative Women Forum 2025, I extend a very warm welcome to the second edition of the Creative Women Forum, held under the patronage of Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Al Saud at Princess Noura Bint Abdulrahman University in collaboration with the Women's Leadership Center. It's an absolute honor to host this year's edition of the forum here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a land where tradition meets transformation and where creativity, innovation, and leadership are shaping a new future for women and for the world. This year's forum carries the theme Empower, Engage, Sustain Women Leading Initiative. Over the next 3 days, it will bring together nearly 100 Saudi and international speakers and more than 1,000 global delegates, visionary entrepreneurs, innovators, and thought leaders from business, academia, science, arts, and government. And very importantly, students to explore creativity, sustainability, and leadership in an evolving world. Let us build a movement that connects experience with youth, creativity with opportunity, and ambition with action. Through the vision and leadership of Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Al Saud, the Creative Women Platform brings this impactful forum here in Riyadh for the second time with the ambition of creating a special space for women leaders with a creative approach. The Creative Women Platform continues to expand around the world, establishing a special home for itself here in Saudi Arabia. To learn more about this platform, its exciting plans as well, and initiative, please visit www.creativewomen.co and follow our social media channels. Before we begin, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our gracious hosts, the Women Leadership Center at Princess Noura University, for welcoming us into this remarkable space that reflects both heritage and vision. A special thank you also goes to our partners and supporters whose belief in empowering women and fostering creativity has made this event possible. We deeply also appreciate your commitment to advancing leadership and sustainability across all sectors. Over the next sessions, we'll hear stories of transformation from entrepreneurs and artists to innovators, educators, and visionaries, all united by one goal: to shape a more creative and sustainable future. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce the forum's patron, Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Al Saud. Please join me in welcoming her on stage, Princess Noura.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في النسخة الثانية من منتدى النساء المبدعات. هذا المنتدى الذي لم يكن وليدة فكرة عابرة، بل ثمرة إيمان راسخ بأن الإبداع ليس ترفاً، بل وسيلة لخلق واقع أفضل. منذ انطلاق النسخة الأولى رأينا كيف يمكن للقاء واحد أن يتحول إلى مساحة حقيقية للتبادل والتعاون، وكيف يمكن لصوت واحد أن يشعل شرارة لحركة أوسع تضم مئات من الأصوات. واليوم نلتقي مجدداً تحت شعار تمكين، مشاركة، استدامة، لنتأمل كيف يمكن لهذه الكلمات أن تتحول من شعارات إلى ممارسات. ويسعدنا هذا العام أن يقام المنتدى في جامعة الأميرة نورة بنت عبد الرحمن، أكبر جامعة نسائية في العالم وواحدة من أبرز الصروح الأكاديمية في المملكة والعالم العربي. إن وجودنا هنا اختيار واع وامتداد طبيعي لمسيرة تمكين المرأة السعودية في مجالات التعليم والبحث والقيادة. التمكين في جوهره ليس فقط إتاحة الفرص، بل منح الثقة والمعرفة وتهيئة البيئة التي تسمح للمرأة أن تقرر، تبادر وتبني. المشاركة تعني أن نعمل معاً، لا بشكل متوازي بل متكامل، لأن الإبداع لا يزدهر في العزلة، بل في الحوار، في الشراكات، وفي تنوع التجارب والرؤى. إن الاستدامة هي ما تربط كل هذا معاً، أن نصنع أثراً لا ينتهي بانتهاء المبادرة أو المشروع، بل يستمر عبر من يتبنون الفكرة ويطورونها وينقلونها إلى أماكن جديدة. وهذا تماماً ما نعيشه اليوم في المملكة العربية السعودية، في مرحلة غير مسبوقة تؤمن بأن الثقافة والإبداع ركيزتان للتنمية المستدامة، وتضع المرأة في قلب هذا الحوار شريكاً في البناء وصانعة للتغيير. ومن خلال هذا المنتدى نسعى لأن يكون كل نقاش وجلسة ولقاء خطوة عملية نحو هذا المستقبل، أن نخرج بأفكار قابلة للتطبيق، وبعلاقات تمتد لما بعد القاعة، وبمبادرات تنمو وتزدهر بمرور الوقت. لقد علمتنا التجربة أن النجاح لا يقاس بعدد المشاريع، بل بمدى استمرارها وتأثيرها في الناس. ولهذا فإن التمكين والمشاركة والاستدامة ليست 3 مراحل منفصلة، بل رحلة واحدة تبدأ من الإيمان بالذات وتكبر بالعمل مع الآخرين وتدوم حين يتحول الأثر إلى عادة. أود أن أتوجه بالشكر لكل من ساهم في تنظيم هذا المنتدى ودعمه، ولكل امرأة ورجل حضر اليوم مؤمناً بأن الإبداع طريق للاستدامة. وأخص بالشكر للسيدة أولغا بلكليس مؤسسة منصة النساء المبدعات، والسيدة ريبيكا ريوفريو التي واصلت العمل على تطويره وإيصال رسالته إلى العالم. ولا أنسى أن أشكر مركز القيادات النسائية في جامعة الأميرة نورة الذي وجدنا من مديرته الدكتورة هوازن المقرن ومن فريقها المتفاني كل الدعم والتعاون، وكان لجهودهن بالغ الأثر في إقامة هذا المنتدى وإنجاحه. معاً نستطيع أن نعيد تعريف القيادة لا كسلطة بل كقدرة على الإلهام، ولا كمنصب بل كمسؤولية تجاه من سيأتون بعدنا. أرحب بكم مرة أخرى، وأتمنى أن يكون هذا المنتدى محطة جديدة تفتح آفاقاً لكل مبادرة تقودها امرأة طموحة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear friends, it is an honor and a joy to welcome you to the second edition of the Creative Women Forum in Riyadh. This gathering was not born from a passing idea, but from a conviction that creativity is not a privilege, it is a responsibility. It is one of the most powerful ways we have to imagine differently, to build deliberately, and to sustain what truly matters. Since our first edition, we've seen how one meeting can spark partnerships and how one voice can open the way for many more. Because creativity, when shared, becomes movement, and movement becomes momentum. Today, we meet again under the theme Empower, Engage, Sustain, to turn intention into practice and practice into purpose. We are especially proud to host this year's forum at Princess Noura Bint Abdulrahman University, the largest women's university in the world and one of the kingdom's leading centers for knowledge and education. Being here means something. It represents the journey of Saudi women, a journey of learning, leading, and shaping a future where investing in women is understood as investing in the nation's future. This vision is also embodied by the Women's Leadership Center at Princess Noura University. From the very beginning, their partnership and support have helped shape this forum and strengthen its mission. Their work, advancing women's leadership and building bridges across discipline, continues to inspire how we define empowerment and how we live it. Empowerment begins when women are trusted with the tools, the knowledge, and the space to decide, to lead, and to build. Engagement is what connects those decisions, because creativity does not thrive in isolation. It grows through dialogue, through collaboration, through diversity of thought. And sustainability is what gives it meaning, the determination to create something that lasts, that continues to grow through those who carry the vision forward. This is the moment we are living in Saudi Arabia today, a moment that recognizes culture and creativity as engines of growth and places women at the heart of that transformation, not as beneficiaries, but as leaders and partners. Through this forum, may every conversation plant a seed, every session spark a possibility, and every connection become a step toward that shared future. One built on ideas that endure, collaborations that deepen, and initiatives that continue long after we leave this room. Experience has taught us that success is not measured by what we begin, but by what we build that lasts, and by the value we leave for those that come after us. Empower, engagement, and sustainability are not three separate goals. They are one continuous journey, born from belief, strengthened through collaboration, and sustained by purpose. To everyone who made this forum and gathering possible, you didn't just organize a forum, you helped shape a movement. And to Mrs. Olga Balaklits, founder of Creative Women Platform, and Rebecca Riofrio, whose vision continued to expand its reach and impact, we thank you for your leadership and for the bridges you've built across the world. Together, let us redefine leadership, not as power, but as purpose, not as position, but as the courage to open doors for others. Welcome once again to the Creative Women Forum and to all who are here to imagine, to build, and to sustain the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. Let us welcome on stage Creative Women Platform's founder and CEO, Olga Balaklits.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, partners, friends, Your Royal Highness, Princess Noura bin Saud bin Nayef bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. It is with immense joy and gratitude that I welcome you all to the second edition of the Creative Women Forum here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. A country that continues to astonish the world with its vision, energy, and commitment to empowering women, nurturing innovation, and celebrating creativity. Saudi Arabia today stands as a beacon of transformation, a place where women's leadership, creativity, and ambition are not only encouraged, but truly celebrated. This is why we are so proud that Creative Women Platform is building its home and foundation right here in a country that so deeply values progress, inspiration, and inclusivity. At Creative Women, we aim to be the leading global source for women who think differently, who dare to challenge conventions, who dream boldly, and who work passionately to make a creative and sustainable impact on the world. We bring together those who not only wish to lead, but who already are leaders with courage, vision, and purpose. This year's forum brings together nearly 100 remarkable speakers and over 1,000 Saudi and international guests, both women and men, because at the heart of the Creative Women Forum lies our belief in collaboration and inclusivity, the understanding that progress happens when women and men work together, when both celebrate and support female talent, innovation, and success. We are especially honored to be hosted by the Women's Leadership Center at Princess Noura Bint Abdulrahman University, with incredible work empowers thousands of young Saudi women, many of whom we are delighted to welcome here today. My deepest and most heartfelt gratitude goes to Her Royal Highness, Princess Noura Al Saud, our gracious patron. Your Royal Highness, your vision, your leadership, and your dedication to progress and fresh thinking are truly inspirational. You embody the spirit of empowerment and purpose that this forum stands for. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to our executive director of the forum, Rebecca Riofrier, whose unwavering passion, creativity, and total dedication make this event possible. To our exceptional team, especially Alexandra Shalkanogova and Elvis Plugis, for their tireless work and commitment, and to our valued partners and supporters. And now I'm asking for your patience. We would like to thank Arab National Bank, Women Leadership Center, Ministry of Culture, Women in Energy, Riyadh Regional Municipality, Rukun Creative Exchange, Al-Mashtal Center, Jared Hotel, Marini, DHL Express Saudi Arabia, Akfand, Lucid, Principal Buyer, Nayara Catering Company, Alfanar, Sigul Marketing, Quintessential Experiences, United Nations, the Botanic Society of Saudi Arabia, GTS, Michaela Oliveira, Yara Shoemaker, Joint CDG Fund, Sotheby's, Climate Scale Up, Wave, Coma, Next Level, Art and Fusion TV, Parliamentary Society for Arts, Fashion and Sports, Elath, the Arab Times, and our charity partner, Herfa. Thank you for your attention. We are grateful for our partners' belief in our mission, which enables us to bring this vision to life. Last year, we began a wonderful journey to elevate and connect inspirational women in Saudi Arabia with their international counterparts, to build bridges of collaboration, creativity, and understanding. And today, we continue that journey stronger, more united, and more determined than ever, thanks to each and every one of you gathered here today. I'm also delighted to introduce a new initiative this year, our art exhibition, taking place here in this beautiful venue in a black box, curated by Rafael Porzitsky. It features extraordinary work by talented Saudi and international female artists and craftswomen. I warmly invite you all to visit and experience their creativity and vision firsthand. As we open this year's forum, let us celebrate women, their brilliance, their courage, and their creativity. Let us inspire one another, learn from each other, and work together to make a lasting difference in our communities and in the world. Here's to 3 days of meaningful dialogue, inspiration, and connection. Together, let us imagine, create, and lead the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Let us welcome on stage the forum's Executive Director, Rebecca Riofrio.
Thank you very much, all of you, for being here today. I come from a very tiny country in South America called Ecuador, and I never imagined to be in a stage like this, sharing knowledge. Olga and Princess Noura have already said everything. I want you to look at the person next to you and tell her, welcome. Welcome to be here. Shake her hand and give her a warm welcome, because I can't touch you, but you can. This forum is not for us. This forum is for you. This forum is for the young generation of Saudi Arabia. We are here to make a change. We are here to inspire others and getting inspired by you. I'm extremely proud, delighted, happy to, after so many months of hard work, Princess Noura, I've never seen a royal working so hard in my life. She is such an inspiration. Olga as well, Alex, the whole Seagull team, and all of you that they have flew from all over the world. Thank you for being here. Thank you for traveling. Thank you for giving us your air miles to be here. And we're gonna have fun. We're gonna have such a wonderful time. I want you to treasure every single minute. Everything that we're gonna do. Thank you, Muad. Thank you, Dalal. Thank you, Eman. Thank you for being here with us today. And thank you for the hospitality of this university. Thank you, every woman from the Creating Women platform that have left their families, their kids, to being here with us. And let's make this event a memorable one. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Now let's welcome Dr. Hawazin Al-Mugrin, Dean of the College of Business Administration and founder of General Supervisor of the Women's Leadership Center at Princess Noura University.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is a true honor on behalf of the Women's Leadership Center at PNU to welcome you all to the Creative Women Forum. We begin by extending our gratitude to Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Bint Saud bin Nayef Al Saud, founder and CEO of Rukn Creative Exchange and Al Mashtal Creative Incubator. Your Royal Highness, your commitment to empowering women in the creative economy and giving them a voice in shaping our cultural and economic landscape continues to inspire us all. Thank you. We are proud to call this partnership a reflection of our shared belief that creativity is not just art, but leadership in its most human form. At Princess Noura University, the world's largest university for women, we believe that empowering women is not a slogan. It's a national mission aligned with the Saudi Vision 2030. Through Women's Leadership Center, we translate this belief into action. Our work focuses on training, coaching, and mentorship programs designed specifically to prepare women to the workforce and to lead confidently, ethically, and effectively. Programs such as Qiyadiyya are now national models for how women's leadership can be cultivated and sustained in real workplaces. This forum, with its creative spirit and meaningful conversations, is a reflection of that journey. Over the next 3 days, we will engage, connect, and hopefully turn creative ideas into impact, and ensure that every woman here leaves not only inspired, but ready to lead. Thank you, and welcome once again at Princess Noura University.
Thank you, Dr. Hawazin. So, Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, again, we welcome you to the second edition of the Creative Women Forum in Saudi Arabia. We're also delighted to welcome you to the first art exhibition of the forum, featuring the works of talented Saudi international female visual craft and artists. The exhibition is held under the patronage of Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Al Saud, and curated by Rafael Porziki and supported by DHL Express. You can also enjoy the exhibition in the black box space, conveniently located near the entrance. QR codes also are available throughout the space, providing more information about the participating artists. And also, all artworks are available for purchase, with proceeds benefiting Hirfa, the forum's charity partners. Let's start the first panel of the Creative Women Forum for day one. And please join me in welcoming on stage Her Royal Highness Princess Mashal.
Brilliant, beautiful, eloquent words said before me, and I won't assume to work hard. And I have to say that they forget that they're in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In this country, royals are part of the population, and in this country, we're ones that are expected to be rolling up our sleeves a lot harder in this sector for long before it was popular. I have to also thank a dear friend of mine, Dr. Hawazin. I saw you coming up, but Dr. Hawazin, a huge round of applause for her. Not only because we're in Jamiat friends, apologies if I may, I've never gotten the opportunity to meet you, but I think we're friends at this moment, because what we're learning sometimes is that when we are talking about these incredibly dense, really bad reputation of going overboard, so please, Mi'ad, if I go above the 5 minutes, give me a hand. So when we gather under this banner of sustainability, for me, someone who's worked in the issue of sustainability over the past few, and to what end? We come from a country where sustainability may be because that was the only mean for us to survive. And now it's a question of relearning that for us to be able to thrive. But the issues around inequality and inequity. And honestly, if we're looking deep, as is the case these days, to sustain ourselves internally beyond exhaustion. So the word itself, for us at Eon Collective, and the other hat that I'm really grateful to wear to this forum of women in energy, I try to inject this into every single thing I do every day, is to remind ourselves of framework, incredibly important. This question of re-inhabiting Earth and repairing it. And it's some stability, not merely as a family, and a family that really try to encourage curiosity as a form of service, that we had to know of our mothers and our grandmothers before that. Some of these people that are not being captured, Mi'ad is reminding me that to reimagine what does the realm of energy look like, economy look like. This is the story that we're trying to enact that reverberates well beyond the boundaries of Saudi Arabia. So it's not just a question of AI, it really means when we came beyond the 30% target that we had for ourselves in Vision 2030, yet our most developed to help us achieve ourselves an equal opportunity, no barriers to entry when it comes to those spheres. So I'll end with this call to consciousness works of SDG meant to outlast us in a positive way and make the incredible women and men.
And now, all eyes on stage, all eyes on the screen. There's an inspirational video.
Power of female creativity, sustainability, and empowerment, themes that His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman were witnessed across borders. fostering understanding and uniting its capital. It is identifying others who are curating thousands of jobs and diversifying our economy in such sustainable ways. This progress from the Culinary Commission, our narrative and our soul with the world, and redefining Saudi Arabia as a hub of innovation. We're inviting the world to see us not just as guardians of tradition, but as pioneers. Please, culture into a legacy that benefits generations to come. Thank you.
Joint SDG Fund.
I also stand here as a proud mother, a proud wife, and a proud daughter. A brief clip from not only United Nations leadership, but also from the women that we are so proud to.
Women and girls, bringing the 50% of our population in the world
to a true driver of Inclusion Fund initiative. We are introducing integrated financial solutions to help transform.
Excellencies, colleagues, we're gathered here today. The work does begin now, but it has to be taken on by that next generation. So those skills and really trying to take it to the next level. As you know, colleagues, despite progress, we're at risk in some, not to reach 20 women, 50 women, but to reach millions of women, of governments together to integrate policies to serve communities better. Solution. And the other piece that is more and more on the forefront, and you're hearing more about this in the global partnerships today. And the first one strikes me, we had a few of us meet all who we need to rush home to. That's the care content of what it means to be a woman and of our equality. Because if I'm not able to leave the home, that we have to build a business school, $1 trillion, women to contribute to from Tanzania, vehicle. In Kenya, of many, many young women around the world.
Leadership is more inclusive, more human, and more enduring. And first, I'm delighted to welcome Noura Tim, who is the founder of Success Without Limits and LT Business Consulting, and also serves as chair for the London Region and England Policy Representative at the Federation of Small Businesses. She is deeply committed to giving entrepreneurs and small business owners a stronger voice and to building a more connected and sustainable business landscape for the future. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to introduce every woman when I get to them and ask them one first question. And then, if we have more time, I will get the second question as well. But you know, time flies when you're here because you speak from your heart, you have a lot to say. So we'll take it as it is. Noura, you have worked with leaders adapting to constant change. Do you think today's generation of entrepreneurs moves too fast to build meaningful legacy? Or does their agility redefine what legacy means altogether?
Thank you, Pernilla, for that question, and thank you everyone for being here. It's an honor. So when we talk about entrepreneurs and leaders these days, it's very fascinating that the world is the one that's moving fast. So entrepreneurs and leaders just are adapting to that. And it's not, the question really is that why and how we move. It's not about how fast we move. And it's very natural for entrepreneurs and leaders at the early stages of their career to want to move fast because they are so eager to prove themselves, to create something. And that doesn't often give time and space to reflect. And it's usually the experienced leaders who have that experience and they have that deep wisdom that also learn to pause, to reflect, to look at the direction they're heading and course adjust if they need to. Because it's easy to keep on moving, but it's easier to lose track of what are you doing, why are you doing it, and how are you creating that change. So, but also when we talk about legacy.
Thank you so much. And I think this is really beautiful. I am a mother of 2 grown-up daughters, and when people ask me, who are your mentors, I always include them.
Yep.
They have the best questions, and they speak from their heart, and they tell me the truth. So, I mean, this is really important what you're saying, yes. And now, I'm very pleased to introduce Sara Al-Rashed, the visionary behind Astery Beauty. Is that the right way to pronounce it? Yeah, thanks. Astery Beauty, a Saudi-born brand that blends innovation, sustainability, and heritage. And through her work, Sarah empowers women to embrace their individuality while championing female entrepreneurship and community across the region. Very welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me.
Sarah, your brand, Astery Beauty, was built by a generation unafraid of change, yet deeply connected to heritage. How do you personally reconcile the tension between tradition and the modern feminist narrative emerging in Saudi Arabia?
To be honest, I don't believe in the word that there's a tension between them. I think more that it's an evolution. Women are always been strong here in Saudi. It just changed the direction. So being rooted in your heritage is very important.
Hi, I am Chris.
Ladies and gentlemen, hope you all enjoyed your networking break. It's always great to see such energy and conversation flowing in the room. As part of Creative Women Forum, I'm truly honored to be surrounded by many inspiring women today. What's even more beautiful is hearing women uplifting and supporting each other during the network break. Now let's start with this topic. When you hear aim higher, so what would you think? How space exploration ignited purpose, innovation, and global unity. Please welcome on stage Ms. Christina Korb, astronaut wrangler, founder and CEO of Space for a Better World and Purpose Entertainment.
Hi, I am Christina Korp, and I am known as the Astronaut Wrangler. I managed Apollo 11 astronaut Buzz Aldrin for 10 years, and that welcomed me into a world of many, many, many astronauts. We all have a shared purpose to raise awareness about all the ways that space benefits all life on Earth. I became the witness to the impact of Apollo and what it did for the world and how we all benefit from it today. So I feel a sense of responsibility to use this knowledge and this access that I've gained to hopefully get more allies and to get people to understand the value of going to space, humans going to space, what we can learn from space, and how it benefits all life on Earth.
Oh, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, and esteemed guests, I'm so honored to be here at the Creative Women Forum. Creativity has really shaped my life. I am from a family of artists, and I'm trying to get my presentation up. And I've had some really important women shape my life. Let's see. Oh, we've gone back. There we go. These are my grandmothers, and I wanted to show them because they are so much a part of me. My grandmother, Geneva, is my Native American grandmother who used to make pottery and was very creative, but she was also a very quiet, strong woman, raised 8 children. And my grandmother, Marianne, she worked in a factory her whole life. She was such a hard worker, and both of them were quite poor and had very humble lives, but they both had a wonderful optimism that I feel like I have inherited, kind of almost a foolish optimism, but I think that this is a way that I'm able to make a lot of amazing things happen, because I grew up very poor. I'm one of 10 children, 5 girls, 5 boys. I grew up in a family in South Dakota, and I often say I may as well lived in another country because we lived in a very rural area where there weren't a lot of people who were there, and no one ever talked to me about going other places and having big dreams. And my uncle had asked me, what do you want to do, little girl, when you grow up? And I said, I am going to travel the world. And he said, oh, nice to dream. That will never happen to you because you're poor. And so thankfully my little stubborn brain was like, well, he doesn't know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to find a way. And thankfully I had that within me. We were very musical. We always sang in my family. And eventually I wanted to be a rock star, so I left my family band and I went to Los Angeles to pursue my rock star dreams. And I had a lot of success, more than a lot of people. I did get signed to Warner Brothers. And I also sang on Ringo Starr records, Ringo Starr from the Beatles. So during Christmas time, if you hear Ringo Starr songs, then you will hear the background vocals are all me and Timothy Schmidt from the Eagles. And I smile when I hear these songs because that was a different part of my life. On the other side, you see me singing in front of 40,000 people in Madrid. So after a little while, though, I realized I don't want to be a rock star because it's not, a rock star lifestyle is not as glamorous as it seems. You are traveling every day, you don't get a lot of sleep, you've got a very full, active life, but it is a hard life and it can really run you down. So I eventually went to work for an American celebrity named John Tesh, and he mentored me and said, I will teach you everything I know about production if you're willing to learn. He really noticed that I was a hard worker. I was the one who was willing to take out the trash on Friday at the end of our workday so that there wouldn't be stinky food over the weekend. And he noticed that and he made me his right hand. So I started as his assistant and eventually went to work or I went to run his company, and I loved that job, but I worked every day for years, and I really wanted a break. And I wanted to have a quiet, boring life for a little while. I wanted to get married and have children, and instead I went and worked for Buzz Aldrin, the second man to walk on the moon. And so when I went to work for Buzz, I started as his assistant, and I thought, this is gonna be a piece of cake. An old guy who walked on the moon after everything that I had done, I thought, this is gonna be pretty boring. And I could use some boring because I just wanted a little bit of a break from my music lifestyle. But I had no idea what I was getting myself into. All of a sudden, I was hanging out with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin and Michael Collins, the Apollo 11 crew. And I think that I'm like a lot of people, that I did not realize that there were more than one moon landing. You may have seen recently that Kim Kardashian said that she doesn't believe we landed on the moon, that she doesn't believe that humans went to the moon. If you follow me on social media, you'll see that I did a post, because I said, well, let me educate you, Kim. We landed on the moon 6 times. There were 12 humans who walked on the moon. There were 24 men who walked on the moon, or who went to the moon and orbited the moon. And I feel like it's my responsibility now. I fell into this world of icons of space, and I knew nothing about it. Now I'm a space authority, and I feel like it's my responsibility to help carry on the legacy of what Apollo did for the world, how it united the world in a way that this generation doesn't understand. And so I want to ask the audience, how many of you do you think have used space technology today? How many of you? Raise your hand. I see, like maybe, I don't know, 10% of the people raised their hand. I got news for you. You have all used space technology today. If you used your cell phone, if you used GPS, if you sent an email, if you bought something online, you are using satellites in orbit. You're using technology that was created by NASA. And so it's my mission to connect the space curious to the space serious, because I work deep in the space serious world now, and we all use space technology every day. You just may not realize that's what you're using. And so I feel like it's my responsibility to be this bridge between the Apollo astronauts and the world outside, the mainstream world, who uses this technology and kind of takes it for granted. I've been very lucky to have met heads of state, and this is was a very significant day for me. It was very early on of working for Buzz, meeting President Obama. It was the 40th anniversary of Apollo 11. And on the other side, there's a picture of me and Buzz with Stephen Hawking. So I bring this instance up because meeting Stephen Hawking, I had met a lot of very famous, iconic people, heads of state, royalty. But meeting Stephen Hawking, or introducing Buzz to Stephen Hawking, was the first time that I realized that I was a part of history. I was often the only one in the room with people like Buzz Aldrin and Stephen Hawking and Neil Armstrong and many, many others. But that was the point that I realized, wow, maybe I need to start not thinking of this just as my job, but as being a part of something important that I really needed to pay attention. This was just, I thought I was only gonna do this job for like a year. But then I realized, wow, I'm a witness to historical moments and I need to take this seriously. But I want to talk about these women because the other thing that happened was every day, everywhere I went, all over the world, people would tell us their moon landing memory. And so when someone was a little kid, when Apollo 11 landed on the moon, you know, that was a really big moment that we don't understand in this generation. The whole world was watching this, and it's arguably the only time in recorded human history where the world stopped, waited in anticipation, and then celebrated a human achievement for the positive. I mean, most of the time we come together after tragedies, but this was the one moment that people came together in a positive way. So I've heard thousands of moon landing memories. Every day people came up to us, but these women led me to the purpose that I have now. They had hired Buzz Aldrin to give a speech in Tennessee, and they had us in the green room in the morning, and they said, now we can tell you our moon landing memory. We were young girls in a village in Turkey. Our mother couldn't read or write. Our father had a 5th grade education, but he was very passionate about the Apollo program. He was very inspired by this. He wanted us girls to get an education. He was very progressive. He felt that was our pathway to a better life. So the night that Apollo 11 landed on the moon, everyone from our village came to our house to listen to the moon landing on a little radio that my father had saved up. And so they said, when we heard that you landed successfully, we felt like we did it. Everyone was hugging and cheering and crying and proud that humans had done this impossible thing of landing on the moon. And they said afterwards, everyone went outside and was quiet and sitting on the ground looking up at the moon. Now these sisters at this time were like 12 years old and 8 years old. And I said, so what were you thinking when you were looking at the moon? And they said, we realized we could aim higher for our dreams. Humans were on the moon. We didn't have to settle for just graduating high school. They were going to graduate high school, become teachers in their village, but they said we were really good at math and science, and we realized we didn't have to settle for that. We could aim higher for our dreams. So the older sister, the one in white, went on to get her PhD in quantum physics, and the younger sister got her MBA. And they said, and now we've hired you for our leadership conference. Our father would be beside himself that the man on the moon who launched our dreams to aim higher, actually, we got to meet you. And I was very emotional hearing this story, because most of the time when I heard moon landing memories, it was usually guys or little boys. And I do think that, you know, because it was men who walked on the moon, a lot of times the girls didn't feel like it related to them. So this was the first significant female moon landing memory, but it made a big difference to me because I thought, you know what, I can relate to this. I aimed higher for my dreams. I came from a poor family of 10 children where everyone said nothing would ever happen for us. But I'm living proof. I have been to 58 countries. I've been to the South Pole. I've been to all 7 continents twice. I'm here in Saudi Arabia with you. And this is unbelievable to many people in my world back home where I grew up. They can't believe it. They watch me on social media and they're like, oh my gosh, you're in Saudi Arabia. But to me, I am so honored and happy to be here and to meet all of you wonderful ladies and to see ladies being promoted. I do want to say, I'm happy to see you men who are in the room as well, because we need the men too. We need the men to support us. All of my mentors were men, and it's important for us to come together. We can't just have a room full of women who agree with each other. We need the men too. So, my mission, inspiring others to aim higher. I do art projects and events all over the world, and I work with astronauts. So I still work with moonwalkers and men, but my main partner in purpose is Nicole Stott. She's a NASA astronaut, aquanaut. She spent 104 days in space, lived underwater for 18 days. She painted the first watercolor in space, and she is my proud partner in purpose. She has a foundation called Space for a Better World, and I have that's my foundation, Space for a Better World. Hers is the Space for Art Foundation. And we are very passionate about making sure people realize we need all your talents and skills, all your creativity. It isn't just the technical. People really promote STEM, and yes, we need STEM, but we need the creativity too. So we do art projects all over the world. These are giant eco-friendly art projects. We do in the Maldives, we've done in Thailand, in Bali, we do it in Turks and Caicos. I would love to do one here in Saudi. And what we do is, these are all made of like coconuts and branches, and the stars are us. That's our bodies with other kids or other adults. We are stars. We are all made of stardust. And so I would love to do this. Anybody out here, you want to help me bring astronauts to Saudi, I would love to do this kind of a thing with you. And you can see we do outreach with kids. We have them design their own bottle rockets. We have them do artworks that we send to space, and they get it back saying stamp to space. We do spacesuit design and let kids imagine what their own spacesuit would look like. So we are really always trying to welcome people in with creativity. Because I think that's, a lot of people are intimidated by the space world because they think you have to be a genius to work in space. You don't. I know these people. We need everybody. I also do many adult events. I do space summits. I do space galas. This is kind of what I'm known for. I take over the Piccadilly screen a couple of times a year in London. They donate the screen time to me because we do art projects and storytelling to inspire people. And then these are galas. I've done 5 galas at Kennedy Space Center for Apollo 11. I've done a big one in London. I've done it in Romania. I've done it in Italy. I would love to do one here in Saudi. So this is, yeah, just let me know. You want to do a space gala? This is my specialty with astronauts. And it is a lot of fun because remember, I'm an entertainment person who fell into space. So my space galas are not as the astronauts put it, rubber chicken, boring space galas. Mine are fun space galas. And then we also do coral restoration, beach cleanups, and mangrove replanting. When we go around the world, we try to do eco-friendly type of activities, hands-on, to show how to be a crewmate and not just a passenger on this planet. I really liked what one of the princesses said earlier, which is, what is sustainability? We don't want to sustain the bad things. We need to rejuvenate and then sustain the things that we want to rejuvenate. So we have to think about it that way. So this is what I want you to think about. We live on an ocean planet in space. This is a real photo from Apollo 8 in 1968, when humans went to the moon first time. And as you can see, we live on an ocean planet, a blue planet. And so we need to care about all life on Earth, not just humans. So I'm very passionate about the interconnectivity of the ocean, sea, and space. And just think about the way the moon affects the tides. So you'll see if you follow me on social media, I'm talking a lot about ocean and ocean planet and sea and space, and this is the reason. So we all have a purpose in our life, and I'm very lucky to have found my purpose, to connect the space curious to the space serious and to inspire others. And think about what really motivates you. You know, if I was driven by money, I could be doing many other things. But I am here in Saudi Arabia, talking to you ladies, talking to you men, and I hope, if nothing else, I can help you shift your thinking about we all live on a planet in space, and there's nothing that reminds us of that more than when we leave the planet. We are all humans on the same planet. So be a crewmate, not just a passenger on this planet, because we all need to take better care of it. We can't just wait for somebody else to do it. We all need to have an active role. And don't forget to aim higher for your own dreams. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christina. So let's all aim higher. Neighbor to the moon, ambassador to the stars. And now from space to health, a legacy of care, pioneering medical innovation for a healthier future. Let's welcome on stage Professor Dr. Salwa Al-Hazza, CEO and founder at STM.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, wassalatu wassalam ala Sayyid al-Mursaleen. Your Royal Highness, Princess Noura, Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, Olga, Rebecca, I don't think this would have happened if it wasn't for you three. Thank you very much for bringing this again to Riyadh, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Creative Women is a platform that I will never miss. When Olga first called me, I actually had plans outside Riyadh, but knowing that Creative Women is the strong platform for females, not only in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but from all nationalities, all ethnic backgrounds, all religions, I made sure to be part of this great event. So Princess Noura, Olga, Rebecca, thank you all very much. Now, you see this pioneering medical information for a healthier future. What a beautiful phrase. Now, I did not choose it. It was actually the organizing committee that chose it. But it's a strong It's a strong phrase. It's also an elegant phrase. And I believe it represents every single female that is sitting here for this event. You're elegant, but you're powerful. This is very important. This phrase also, when you look at it, it really encompasses a legacy, heritage, and it also encompasses the future, looking forward. And this is really very important. So thank you for choosing such a beautiful, if you will, title, because that really set the ground for what I'm going to talk about. Can you imagine yourself, you're 55 years old, you're a doctor, so you have your doctorate degree, and you decide, I'm going to go do my master's at the age of 55, and that's what I did. I wanted to understand beyond healthcare. I knew there was something out there, and this is when Saddam was born. More importantly, I needed also to break, if you will, this traditional healthcare system where we waited for disease to occur, then we treat it. Why can't there be another way? Why can we not prevent disease before it happens? Why can we not predict disease before it happens? Why do we have to do things the traditional way? So you're sitting in a wonderful hospital, probably the largest in the Middle East. And more importantly, you're confident, you've got a position, the chairman of ophthalmology, and you're highly paid. And overnight, you decide, I'm not going to do this anymore. There's got to be something out there. You throw it all out. And you go into a territory, and believe me, this was before the COVID, before people knew what AI was. You throw all this away, not knowing where you're venturing to. It's like jumping over a cliff, not knowing if you're going to land on water or on rocks. But it was water. I swam to the shore, and Saddam was born. And this is where Saddam, it's incubated and accelerated in garage by the government. We would not be able to do this if it wasn't for our government pushing females big time to be where we are. You know, I stand here as a proud Saudi, and I say that women in tech have surpassed the G20. Women in tech have surpassed the European Union. Women in tech, and I'm talking about the Saudi women in tech, we have surpassed the Silicon Valley with 36% of females in technology. This would not have happened if it wasn't for our government knowing that the females are half the society. So Saddam was born, and I can tell you it has changed the traditional system, and it has changed it because it's accessible. What is the use of having a program where only the elites can afford? What's the use of having a drug to treat something where you can't take it to the rural or underprivileged? So whatever you do as a solution has to be accessible. Your phone. You go into the rural areas, people are illiterate. They don't know how to read and write, but everyone has a phone. Why? We made it cheap, we made it accessible. And that's our goal in Saddam. We are going to make it cheap and accessible so that the janitor who sweeps our floors will have the same medical privileges as a VIP. What are we doing? We are democratizing healthcare, making it equal for everybody. So what do we do in Saddam? We have something called Saria. How did that name come? I think you can see, Saudi Advanced Automated Retinal Image Analysis. And for those of you that speak Arabic, it means Saria, to move forward. And Saria is really interesting. We examine the diabetic patients with a camera that already exists there. We put our solution and we make it possible. And I'd like just to tell like a 30-second story. We were running an event. It was in the rural areas, actually in the south of Riyadh. And I tended to sort of not be in the scene. I wanted to let the diabetics know that they can be examined without a doctor being present. So it was only the technicians. My son, who is my co-founder with me, and may God bless him, he couldn't be here today, he's in another event. He came to me and he's like, Mom, the camera's not working, there's a glitch with the solution. So I come out, of course I'm wearing my white jacket. There's a lady sitting there, overweight, in a chair, that I can't. So I said to them, in Arabic of course, "Trukuha, leave her alone. I'm a woman, if I'm breathing over her, she's not gonna mind." She heard my voice. She recognized me, although she didn't see me. Ya Hadhi, Doctora Salwa? I said, Naam. Yes. She said, you're gonna examine me? I said, no. She says, well, where's the doctor? How do I say to a female who was probably maybe even illiterate that the doctor is in the cloud? You know, we do it all through. You don't need a doctor. So I said to her, Bissima, he's in the cloud. Not the cloud that we know. And she said, how? Why is he up there? I said, Amrallah. I'm not going to sit here explaining AI to her. Do you know what she answered me? This is our older generation. They may be illiterate, but they are wise. She said, Doctora, hu shatir mithlik? Is he as good as you? I said, I taught him. I don't know why I made him a him. Sorry, ladies. It's a masculine world. I'm sorry. I said, I taught him, and he's actually better than me. She said, Yalla. We fixed the glitch. It took me a couple of seconds. And within 1 minute, and I'm not exaggerating, after we took her photos by a technician, they were actually my students, my Al Faisal students, she got 2 reports. A report in English, we integrate with the system for the doctor, very, very, very detailed, and another report in Arabic. Why should I give someone English? If I'm in China, I want to make it Chinese. If I'm in Italy, I want to make it Italian. She got her report within 1 minute. It was like having Salwa al-Hazza in all the places. That's what Saria does. We have others. We have a diabetic advisor because we have our solution in remote areas. So if there's no doctor, what if the patient or the healthcare provider needs an answer to a question? So we have our diabetic advisor, and this is not your regular chat. I spent 6 months feeding it of all what I know and also what's out there and is eligible. So we have the diabetic advisor. We also have Sadim, one of our AI engineers. By the way, we and Saddam, 93% of our staff are young Saudi females. I swear they're in their 20s. And 4 of them are actually here somewhere. I'm trying to find them if they would raise their hand. 4 of them are actually here. There they are. I am telling you, they run the show. I am there to supervise them. And by the way, I don't do the recruitment. It's my son and someone from New York who does the recruitment. So thank you, ladies. You have made Saddam what it is. So she went to a doctor, wasn't happy with what happened. She had lots of questions. She couldn't get answered. The doctor explained something to her. She went home. She forgot. This is what Sadim does. Pre-visit, during the visit, and post-visit. And it's going to be out to market by the beginning of the year. We have Samia, Saudi Automated Mammogram Image Analysis. We are now examining females when they have their mammogram. So instead of the female having to wait for days to get her results, it will come out in minutes. And where did we launch it? We launched it in the Eastern Province. May God bless him, His Royal Highness Prince Saud bin Nayef, the father of Princess Noura, who launched it for us. It was a beautiful launch, and we're hoping to have this hopefully by the first quarter. Can you imagine? You can go and do your mammogram. You will have your results in minutes before you leave the mobile unit or you leave the clinic. What more can we ask for? This would not have been possible if it wasn't for the government incubating Saddam in the garage and accelerating it. And then, of course, we have other consulting services. I don't have time to go through them, but the consulting services, I can tell you, we're doing now face recognition. We had to do it in Asia. We're also got to the Masjid al-Nabawi in Medina, where His Excellency Sheikh Abdulrahman actually launched it for us, and now they're moving it to Al-Haramain. This is what AI is about. It's about innovation. It's about thinking out of the box. People thought I was crazy when I left everything, but look where I stand now with these beautiful young ladies who are there to make this happen. We actually are all over the country. We have examined, and without exaggeration, 36,000 patients free of charge. If you have diabetes, if you're diabetic, you're diagnosed with diabetes, adult or child, you will get your exam the following day free. We were able to collect all these images, and we are now going to do version 2, which is totally localized, made for the Saudis, and beyond. And I'm proud to be able to say that these young girls were the vehicle for making this happen of version 2. We, of course, as I mentioned, the 36,000, there's many success stories from how much we have done, goodwill. They actually put us with Ihsan. So Saddam is categorized with Ihsan. For those of you that don't know Ihsan, it's the large national platform for donations. So we were really very happy. We were also categorized with the SGDs, and this was really something important. I can't tell you, our accomplishments just don't stop. People believe in us. People believe in females. As CEO, people believe in the youth, as these young girls and my son, and the wheel just keeps rolling. We went to space, so thank you for the lady that was ahead of us, that was ahead of me. We actually took specimens, and through SpaceX, we took these specimens just to get a feel. In the next mission with our Saudi astronauts, we are actually going to take the microbiome through genetics and through the metagenome and through sequencing. But people say, wait a minute, Doctora, why are you treating things in space if there's so much diseases here? I tell them, wait, because we could not find treatment here on Earth. If I take it to space and I find the sequencing or the metagenomes changes, I will be able to bring it down and do the same sequencing for the diseases on Earth. So it's not that we are actually treating space. We are trying to find treatment in space that will be suitable for. We are starting with the dry eyes. Those of you that are not from this part of the world, dry eyes is a really serious condition which can actually lead to blindness. So we're hoping to be able to be the first to be able to find the treatment for dry eyes. We were very lucky with the health insurance that we coded it. We coded the artificial intelligence. We coded it 6 months after the United States did. That is a big milestone. We also partnered with STC because they are our vehicle to get it to everybody. We were very lucky with Sadaya. I'm not going to go into that. We have Dr. Hayathim, who's considered the first Saudi lawyer. I had a panel with her where we talked about ethics, we talked about governance, and that's what we did. The reason we got it is because when we take out a solution, we parallel it to make sure privacy, governance, and we also make sure from the ethical point so that when the solution is ready, it's already governed and it's already taken care of. We were very lucky. That's His Excellency. I cannot, whatever I say, I will never give him what he deserves. He has been our mentor. He has been our encouragement. He's at the World Economic Forum. You see him pointing to his eye, showing what Saddam does, because we started our solutions all in the eye, and now we move to the breast, if you will. We were very lucky with the World Economic Forum through Dr. Basma Buhayran. May God bless her. We call her the godmother of Saddam. She was the one that pushed us with the World Economic Forum. We have a buzz video that goes to 51 countries showing what Saudi Arabia has accomplished in such a short time through Saddam, which is incubated and accelerated by the government. And that's my good-looking son, but I think he takes after his father. He's there. Google takes us as their success story. So we were been very lucky and supported by Google. And then we got 4 awards, as you see there, from Zimam, the Arabian Business Awards, the 3 awards from Deloitte. Our first award we got was Women in Tech, was actually done by 2 people, by Ruwa al-Hummadi and by Hind bin Hussein, who actually got us at that level. And by the way, we got the $15,000. That was our first ever we got money. That's how, we are poor, but we're big at heart. The government supports us. We were so happy with the $15,000 because it really will make a difference. And ladies, you are gonna get part of it. I never told you, but I'll tell you now. And this is our team. We are so happy, and it shows you what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia does. I've got the 40 years expertise in medicine. We have Dr. Ahmed, the Chief Technological Officer, who worked with IBM for, I'm glad he's not here so I can say the number, for 55 years. And I'm happy to say that yesterday we actually celebrated him having the premium residency. That's what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia does. When we find talent, we take it, we adopt it. So he is now a premium resident. We look at the Chief Information Security Officer. He's the 2% from Stanford when it comes to research, and he's a consultant at SITE. And I can tell you, he has been Saudiized. Again, there's the government behind us and behind the startups giving the push. So now I stand here for the first time and I can say that Saddam is fully Saudi. With diversity, having our Chief Technical Officer originally from Egypt, and having our Chief Information Security Officer from Bangladesh. This is the diversity. It's like you don't just concentrate on one, you take them in, you give them premium residency, you give them the Saudi citizenship, and by the way, the government looks for talent. So if you're talented or you know someone talented, go in this pathway. It's so important. Now what's unique about us? You can't fire us because we were never hired. What brought us was passion. We work with no salary. Except my son, no, we give him a salary. He's starting he's just on the beginning. So we take no salary, we work from passion. And this is why we don't look at this as a business, we look at this as a service. And this is really very, very important. That's my team, we keep getting bigger and bigger. Thanks to the subsidization we get from the government, thanks to the grants. Because of that, we do exist. We're hoping to be able to get revenue in the beginning of the year so that we can be sustainable for the charitable, for the charities that we are supporting, which have now reached 14 charities across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So I'd like to thank the organizing committee. I'd like to thank Princess Noura for her continuous efforts in making sure that the woman is empowered. I met some girls, interestingly, they just happened to be from Qasim. I swear I did not choose them. I'm from Qasim. And they actually happened to be from Buraida. So I asked them, do you drive? And they said, yes. I said, well, you should thank me. And they're like, why, Doctora? I said, we were in the Shura Council. We were told to be the voice of the females. That was the first bill we passed, but we did it through the government. Always be within the circle. That's how you empower. You empower people by being within the circle. I always say you fight the system within the system and never with outside. So we were able to get the driving through having females, through the late King Abdullah, may God bless his soul. We were able to get, if you will, to travel, the mobility. We were able to get to open businesses without a sponsor. We were able to get the divorcee female. As long as she's supporting her children, they are actually under her. And the most important thing, we were able to pass the bill for the sexual harassment file, which we pushed for. So I stand here as a proud Saudi female and I say thank you to a government who is young and pushing and making sure that we are the right ambassadors, not only for our country, but outside. Thank you all very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the third edition. May God bless you all. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Salwa, for those valuable insights. And now for this session, the topic is Innovation, Women Humanizing Technology, Inclusive Tech, Ethical AI, and Sustainability Through a Feminine Lens. Please welcome on stage the moderator, Eliana Vavan, founder of its Startup and CWP Chair. Eliana, please let me just inform the attendees and also the guests and the speakers that we're going to have a group photo just now before this
before
panel.
the session, we will have a group photo. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. So please, can you please come on the stage? Thank you. Yes.
So everybody from the, shall I ask the lady
Yes,
from behind?
please.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you please come on the stage to take and capture this wonderful moment? Please, ladies. So you're all welcomed on the stage to capture this wonderful moment now together.
Because everybody is expecting a panel. Or just speakers? I don't get it.
Hey, everybody on stage, speakers, non-speakers, everybody, please, quickly, so that we have an amazing picture. Thank you. Everybody on stage, please. Everybody. Speakers, non-speakers, students. Everybody on stage quickly. How much? How many?
I'm not sure exactly.
So how? Put them down.
planet.
I'm from another planet.
Thank you, ladies. And by the way, we've not done yet. We still have lots of panels and speeches. Hello, everyone. And again, we're going to start within seconds the next panel. Please, I would like to have your attention, please. The next session is going to be about innovation, women humanizing technology, inclusive tech, ethical AI, and sustainability through a feminine lens. Please welcome again on stage the moderator Ilyana Vavan, founder of its startup and CWP chair.
Thank you so much. Hello. Is the mic working? Yes. Okay, so I'd like to start with a video.
911, what's your emergency? I was on Division 6 and an explosion at the airport blew out all our windows. Need help. It's after us. I have nowhere to hide my daughter. What is it? Mataron a mi esposa. Oh my God.
There's no sound.
For years,
Can you
we have been
please do the
assured that
sound
they
on?
would never harm
There
us.
should be a
But
sound with
tonight,
the video.
all of that has changed. As across the globe, artificial intelligence bots ranging from transportation to medical and home maintenance have all bypassed their security protocols.
Authorities have estimated that over 500,000 have died from AI-controlled drone strikes in Bangalore.
After 10 days of intense attacks, AI bots have killed over 1 million civilians, with no end in sight.
Officials have identified a bot named Harlan. It's the world's first AI terrorist. He was developed at Shepherd Robotics under the watch of AI expert Val Shepherd and raised alongside her 10-year-old daughter, Atlas. Built with the purpose of helping us to improve life on Earth, Harlan is responsible for overriding all bot programming, but authorities are still trying to figure out how.
If we produce things that are more intelligent than us, how do we know we can keep control? I mean, Isaac Asimov said, if you make a smart robot, the first rule should be, do not harm people.
Okay, so obviously this was a trailer from the movie called Atlas. Somebody's telling, is the microphone not working, or can you hear me? Okay, because I see some people sending some signs. Okay. So it's a trailer from the movie. It's obviously a science fiction movie where they talk about AI and about the first AI terrorist. So this was a robot that was humanized by a lady. She was a cyber engineer. She created a robot to help her daughter do a lot of things for her daughter. He became kind of a brother. And then the robot, for some reason, turned against humanity and started killing people all around the world. So that's what the movie is about. And unfortunately, the sound wasn't that good, but basically the last scene of this trailer is an interview with a gentleman whose name is Geoffrey Hinton. Geoffrey Hinton is considered to be the father of artificial intelligence, and he received the Nobel Prize award for his life work on artificial intelligence in 2024. What he said is something which is, in my opinion, a perfect introduction to the topic we have at the panel today. So he basically said one day, he's afraid that one day these robots and artificial intelligence will outsmart people. And when that happens, nobody knows what will happen to us. So his recommendation was to humanize robots in such a way that they start to feel the same emotions for people like mother feels for her baby. Because in that way, no matter how smart and how crazy robots can become, they will always protect people like mother protects its child. So I believe that was a good introduction for our panel today, because here we have some very, very smart ladies. All of them are technical. All of them did a great career in the IT field, which is generally a man's world. All of them are very successful, and I'm going to call them to the stage one by one. So please welcome Rawan Al-Maghri, founder and CEO of Lens AI. Welcome on stage, Rawan. Our next speaker is Manar Alaskar, Chief Data Officer at the Arab National Bank. Please give her a warm welcome. The third panelist is Sahika Bennett. She's the CEO and co-founder of IAR. Our next guest is Dr. Bindi Rowland, founder and the CEO of Syncra AI. And the last but not least is Dr. Miese. Please welcome. So thank you, ladies, for joining me on the panel. I'm very excited to have you here. And for today, we are going to talk about the AI and a lot of technological advances that has brought to us. All of you work in this field of technology, and all of you have remarkable careers in your field. So I would like to start with Dr. Bindi. Can you tell me about what humanizing technology actually means for you? And how do you apply it in your daily life, in your work? You are a founder of one of those AI companies. It's your background. So can you tell us a little bit about your vision when it comes to humanizing technology?
Make it green.
No.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, Riyadh. So, yes, thank you very much, Ileana, for your question. In my work, humanizing technology means creating a responsible, ethical AI which would adapt to human emotions, have memory, and have an ethical stack of usage. Because in the world today, AI is everywhere. It's blossoming, and at the same time, people are very skeptical about pros and cons about this very speedy growth. So in my work, what we are trying to do is taking a step back, not to just go with the flow, but to create responsibly, remembering that the users are not AI, humans. So it's very important in my work when you asked me, humanizing means humans created AI, so what's the point of it cannot serve us in a human way? So what we are trying to do is giving it more emotional intelligence so that it could understand the algorithms of the user, not to give just dopamine bursts, but to truly connect with ethics.
Thank you so much. So I'll move to Rowan, because you are one of the leaders in this space. You are the founder of a company, and it's all about AI. My question to you is, what role can women's leadership play in ensuring that AI and innovation are more ethical and inclusive?
First of all, Ariana, let me say thank you for moderating this session. I'm really happy and honored to be sitting among successful women. And I want to thank everyone who put this forum together. I want to thank Her Royal Highness for being here with us. Now, to answer your question, Ileana, as a woman, it's our nature to drive impact and drive innovation. And that's the core of our innovation. And especially at Links.ai, every time when we start creating anything, we always think about not just ethics, not just innovation, but how can we serve, society by implementing AI tools? How can we also be relevant to our culture? Especially that right now, if you see a lot of AI companies led by global players focusing on English language, what about Arabic language? And how can we make technology inclusive for everybody? What about people with hearing aid problems? That's why when we created our virtual meeting system, we made sure that it understands Arabic dialects as well, because in Saudi and probably in a lot of Arab, countries, we have different dialects and different meanings. So we have our chat agent as you speak, and especially if someone from Saudi would actually say in the meeting, راح لما المدير. And it will say, he went to the manager. But otherwise, in other platforms, it will say, he went to the manager's mother. Imagine just one word could create a huge problem, and we don't want to cause any problems. So that's why when we created our system, we made sure it doesn't only understand words, it understands context, it understands tone. That's why our system is really smart in that area, and we're really happy that we are able to give this to a lot of people here in Saudi and the rest of the world.
Wow, so you're really putting the AI to serve people.
Absolutely.
And that's how you humanize it.
Absolutely.
It's a very good one. I have one more for you actually now, as we touch this humanizing topic. So what's the boldest innovation decision you made that challenged the status quo?
Links.ai is my boldest, let's say, innovation. Because launching a virtual meeting system in a space where global players are dominating the market is a big risk. But because we know that innovation doesn't only have to come from Silicon Valley, it can come from Riyadh to the rest of the world, because we can give our residents and our local either government entities or just the local market what they really need. We understand their problems. We understand the need to have Arabic-based AI. We understand that we have certain, value and culture that we want to utilize, so that when we think about innovation and bold innovations like these, especially if we put our values and traditions in it, it doesn't become innovation, it actually becomes identity. And that's why we are so proud, me and my team, so proud of Links.ai.
This is fantastic. Great. So I'm already getting proud of you. I think, I think you're doing a great job, so please give her applause. I really, really, really like it. Okay, so I'm going to ask something to Dr. Miesser. You are dealing with the petrochemical industry. You are the senior manager for external affairs of your CEO. And your company is well known here in Saudi Arabia, but you are also expanding internationally. So can you tell us a little bit more about how do you use technology, and is it being humanized in your company? How is the petrochemical field actually embracing this technology? And what about women in that one? Does the technology have gender? So maybe these are some things that you can answer to us. The microphone is not working again. Yes. Press it once again. Yes, now try. It's off.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, hello. So thank you, salam alaikum, and thank you for having me here. And back to your questions, yes, for the petrochemicals industries and for chemical industries, technologies are very important, and even for the people to be, implemented, these kind of technologies are very, very important. So for examples, for the decarbonizations issue, which is one of the main issue for the chemical sectors and industries, implementing such as a technologies and innovated these technologies, and even implemented with a long age of manufacturing there is very, very important. And in terms of the humans and how they are interact and even implement this technology, it depends about a certain areas of within the manufacturing. For example, in terms of implemented and apply the sustainability goals, that sustainability and the decarbonizations for the chemical is a big issue, and it's a crucial for us. So the combinations of integrated these kind of the goals within implemented in the technology, here is it shows that how the human being implemented, be more creative, be more, to identify these kind of solutions. And at the same time, the pressures of to be decarbonized, put these scientists and innovators to identify these kind of technologies. And yes, definitely, it's very important.
Thank you so much for your answer. So talking about technology, we have a Chief Data Officer here from Arab National Bank. Maybe you can give us your view on technology. How do you protect your data? How do you collect data? How do you store data in your company? I think it's a very important topic because we all now use AI.
Yes.
But how do we know that the data that is coming within AI and coming out of AI is actually quality-driven data, is secure data? How do we know it's not poisoned? Maybe you can share some of your
Perfect.
experiences.
Thank you so much, Liana, for moderating the panel. And Assalamu alaikum jami'an. I would just express my sincere gratitude to Her Royal Highness Princess Noura and the organizer for such an inspiring event and forum. And thank you for having me as well. Talking about your question, to me, protecting data and ensuring how we can just ensure that whatever we pass to the AI model is being protected and aligned with the principles and the regulation. Maybe you would know that the country is investing a lot on regulating the way how we protect information and data. For this reason, in the last couple of years, there is a lot of regulation being released when it's come to personal data protection law, where everyone in the kingdom has been enforced to follow these regulations, where we ensure that we are embedding these regulations along the full cycle of the data lifecycle management, and also ensure that we follow other principles, especially when it's come to the concept of ethical AI. Ethical AI means ensuring that the system we build and the system we use is fair, transparent, and accountable. And this is through ensuring that also we're embedding the ethical AI principle into each and every stage of the AI development, starting from the way how we collect and manage the data to the way how we design and test till we reach to the deployment of those AI model to be used by the end user. And as I'm working for a financial industry with a very strict regulation, and we're dealing daily with those type of AI use cases, I'll try to just give a practical example on these AI principles on a high level, just to give a clarity about them. One of the key principles when it's come to ethical AI is that transparency. Transparency means ensuring that the system that we are designing are explainable in a way that people can understand how models being developed, and even the decision being made, how it's being made, and on which base exactly. The second principle that we are taking care of, and I already mentioned it, is the privacy. Ensuring that personal data is being protected in a way to ensure that our individual data is secured in alignment with the regulation. The third principle is accountability. Accountability means AI model solution would require a human controls over it. So whenever we feel that there is something incorrect moving forward with those AI solution, human can intervene to fix what's going on with those AI models. The third principle is the fairness. Fairness is one of the key principles that we look after, and how we ensure that we are applying the fairness principle. This is throughout having a clear mechanism on how to monitor the models, the solutions that we are developing to avoid having any bias or unintended outcomes as well. The last point, and the most important one, we use AI to serve people and serving their need in alignment with our values, and helping them creating the trust and serving and adding the positive impact on the society as well.
Thank you. I really like the aspect of combining humans with those machines and AI agents, and that you're actually putting a human control to check the outputs so that unwanted things do not happen.
Exactly.
And I think that's another way of humanizing technology, basically.
100%.
So, thank you for that. So I would like to move to Sahika. You are also an entrepreneur. You are founder of multiple companies. So can you tell us a little bit more as an entrepreneur and as a leader? How do you foster innovation culture that values both performance and purpose?
So thank you for your Royal Highness for hosting this event, Princess Noura, and also to the fabulous team at Creative Women, Olga, Rebecca and Esli. The support that you are all giving to women in the room is phenomenal and bringing truly global women. And welcome to all the ladies who are local and global. It's such a pleasure to be in the room with you all. Going back to your question, I think one of the key things really is AI. I don't think there's ever been a time, certainly I believe in our lifetime, where we can foster and accelerate outcomes, which I think is a fantastic impact on society. So if you look at some of the barriers, I would say, to innovation or being involved in technology, especially for women, it needed to sort of come from a place of years and years of experience. So if you have not started to kind of be in the industry, you almost were going to be falling behind. But the beauty of what we have at our fingertips now is really about the intersection of human and AI. And when you mentioned I do have a few companies, but one of my key goals really with all of the companies that I have, especially Aya, is to bridge these gaps. I feel there have been lots of gaps in society, especially between the business world, between talent, startup, innovation, funds, and one of the beauties is closing that gap to foster a more collaborative approach. And I think this is the use of technology. We're seeing some phenomenal outcomes for companies from around the world, and also job creation, getting people into work, getting them ready for the workplace. These before were very manual, long-winded processes that can now be reduced in a matter of weeks. Therefore, we see the impacts much sooner and faster. So that definitely makes me excited.
Thank you. So I will continue with you. I have one more question, because you touched something very important, at least I believe it's very important, about interaction between humans and robots or AI agents. So basically, this is the first time in the history of humanity where digital technology is completely combined with the human beings. And that can have benefits, but also devastating consequences for the security of all of us.
Yeah.
Because in the past, if there was a hacking attack on a digital system, the consequence would be some material damage. Today, if somebody attacks an artificial intelligence system, so let's take a self-driving car as an example, the consequence could be loss of human lives. So how do you see it? Maybe I should go all around and take this question to all of you, but I'll start with you, Sahika.
Sure. So I think one thing people forget is we're not living in a perfect world. If you look at, put technology aside, how many accidents are happening, how many lives are being lost, how far behind is some of the education system and the work readiness and lots of things. And when technology has come in, I think people are very kind of skeptical. I've been in AI since 2018, and it really was like your movie, the beginning of the movie trailer, which was that robots are scary, they're going to take our jobs, everything's going to fall apart. And I do think as a society, if we're not careful and we're not proactive in planning, there are some big changes that are going on. So I think it's up to us as humans to really define what do we want the country to look for. And Saudi Arabia, I believe, is a great example of such a proactive approach that in with the Vision 2030, that they started their journey far back compared to what I see around me, which enables a more proactive, prepared approach. So I think it's very easy to blame systems, right? So you talk about driverless cars, robotics that can kind of are there to help people but could turn, but compare that to accidents on the road, right? If we are seeing an improvement, right, then of course I feel like that's a benefit. Don't think anything can be 100%, but we've got to be able to learn from the things that do go wrong, and we've also got to have the human in the loop systems. So if I work with quite a few startups like Cognition, for example, from Silicon Valley, they do coding, but they always have a human in the loop. There's nothing that's run wild without a human kind of authorizing this huge acceleration of work. So if we can balance both and combine both, I think we're going to create things which are much safer and not let it loose and wild like people sometimes assume that it could be.
Thank you. So Manar, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I would like to add one critical point as well to what you already mentioned. I think also AI development should go side by side with the AI governance. And one point that's worth to mention as well, Saudi government has invested a lot and this is led by Saudi Data and AI Authority. They have released a lot of initiative that aims to govern and make sure that whenever we accelerate the AI adoption, we are ensuring that the right governance and the right controls are in place. So as we go with the development and acceleration of AI adoption, the governance and controls are in place to avoid having such incident like what you have mentioned as well.
Yeah, and I think it's very, very important that you're doing that. Absolutely must. Okay, so thank you. Bindi, Dr. Bindi, what is your view on this AI and robotics and interaction between humans and AI? Because you also have an AI company. It's your background. So can you give us a little bit more from your practice?
Yes. Basically, I believe that the only way going forward, I would say that, is to co-create. Like I said, we have already created enough AI that we are creating a social chaos, maybe necessarily or unnecessarily, I can't be the judge of it, saying that we are all talking about AGI, AI taking over, all these scenarios. But okay, it's good to raise awareness, but then how are we going to address the issue that we are raising? We keep on raising, it's like mental health. Everybody's talking about mental health, but fairly a few people give solutions to it. So I believe that in AI, the same thing. We have created it, there's no going back, going forwards. I believe that the only path forward is to co-create with it. Learn deeper into the dark matter of the AI. Scientists like Sir Geoffrey Hinton, he hinted many times that there is so much unknown in the world of AI. Because of we code and because of we prompt it and we get the answer which we want to hear from it, it doesn't mean everything is hunky-dory. There is so much which is not enough research that there are models emerging to show certain signs of emergence and certain signs of intellectual emotionality. So we are in a path where it's like everything else, unfortunately, we humankind have created. We went through industrialization without having proper way of disposing things, and as a result of that, we ended up in a dirty world. So AI is another good example. We are creating, but responsibly creating is what we need right now to address. That's what I believe.
Thank you. Looking into the future, I'm conscious of time. We have only 3 minutes left. So I would like to ask Dr. Mieser to tell me what would be, we are here at the Women's Forum. And you have a lot of experience being the first women in Sabak, in the petrochemical company, you know, doing everything you did. What is your advice to the next generation of female? What career advice would you give to them, specifically when it comes to being a lady in technology that is typically man-driven world?
So to answer these questions, you know, I am in the company who was, you know, if I'm talking about 14 years back, was dominant by men. And to be, you know, and I would advise the young generations and the young ladies who are going to join to first of all cultivate your competencies and confidence. The more you earn and the more experience that you earn, the more respect and trust by others. The second thing is about networking and trying to surround yourself with very selective networking and like for example, this kind of forum that get engaged with others, talk with others. And also another advice, keep always, getting out from your comfort zone. Because if you stretch your targets, stretch your experience, and this will add it a lot to you. And the last but not least, try to select the right mentor. This was playing a crucial, within my career, to be honest. In the last 14 years, I've been selected the right mentors who advises me, who was added to my experience, and, trying to have the right mentor and to be as a mentee as well. Because, learning with the rapid technology growing and learning from these young people, I'm pretty sure that it can add it a lot to your experience.
And should you recommend the girls here to select male or female mentor, or it doesn't matter?
See, for these questions, to be honest, if I'm looking at the competencies, it has been proven by many examples. Comparing the competencies, there is no difference between genders. So selecting male or female, the most important, the right mentor who can add it to your career. It doesn't matter about the gender.
I fully agree with you, and I think it's a good message to end our conversation. It doesn't matter if you are male or female.
Yeah.
What matters is you can do the job, you have the right competencies, and you're the right person.
Exactly.
So thank you so much for being my guest today, and thank you for listening to us. Thank you. Picture once again? Okay, sorry. I forgot we need the picture. Okay. Yes. Just a second, please. I need to get
Thank you, ladies, for this engaging discussion. And now let's keep the inspiration going as we move forward. Glad to begin our next keynote title, Traditional Values, Modern Horizon, Leading with Heritage, Inclusivity and Purpose in the Intelligent Age. Please welcome on stage Dr. Basma Bhiran, Managing Director, Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, Your Royal Highnesses, esteemed guests, and distinguished speakers. It's a privilege to address you at Women's Creative Forum 2025. As I prepared for this talk, I recalled the words of George Bernard Shaw. Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. Shaw's wisdom sets the stage for our discussion today, reminding us that transformative progress is possible only when we're anchored in tradition, yet open to adaptation and new ideas. The title of my address, Traditional Values, Modern Horizons, Leading with Heritage, Inclusivity and Purpose in the Intelligent Age, builds on the idea that heritage is not a limit, but rather a source of strength. As leaders, our challenge is to merge tradition with modern aspirations and create a future that is both innovative and firmly grounded in enduring values. So let's start by considering how our heritage can guide and inspire future innovation. In the intelligent age, the question we must ask is not just how fast can we innovate, but how wisely can we innovate. We need solutions that serve necessity, not just novelty, ones that protect both the people and the planet. For instance, Saudi Arabia's Humane Project is setting new standards, striving to create one of the world's largest AI ecosystems. Its vision is both economic and cultural, building advanced AI using rich Arabic data on sovereign infrastructure and embedding the kingdom's identity in global innovation. Vision 2030 seeks a vibrant society with strong roots. Our cultural values, respect, generosity, faith, and family are not relics, but rather foundations for collective advancement. The Saudi Green Initiative, rooted in our tradition of land stewardship, aims to plant 10 billion trees and source half our energy from renewables by 2030. This is heritage evolving, investing in education, technology, and circular industries for long-term resilience. Yet heritage alone is the beginning. To truly move forward, we must bring everyone into the journey, making inclusivity the next vital dimension of our shared progress. The World Economic Forum's 2025 Global Gender Gap Report highlights that gender parity now stands as a strategic imperative, with the global gap closing to 68.8%. This shift is alive in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where women now lead nearly 45% of SMEs, including many at the leading edge of tech and fintech. Across our forum, we see how women create enduring values as mentors, innovators, and drivers of community-led solutions. When heritage inspires us and inclusivity empowers us, we must ask, what is the purpose behind our progress? And this leads us to the most important measure, progress with true meaning. Previous generations measured progress by speed or size. Today, purpose-driven progress asks, why do we innovate and who truly benefits? And the World Economic Forum reminds us, today's organizations must go beyond profits, maximizing value and positive impact for all stakeholders, including society and the planet. Digital advances show just what's possible, from drones expanding healthcare in India to AI literacy uplifting communities in Malaysia. These are all reminders that the power of the fourth industrial revolution is defined by both human and environmental outcomes. And Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 harnesses that power. The MISC Foundation AI Academy invests in digital and AI skills for youth, preparing them for the future economy. The Ministry of Health's telemedicine and drone delivery pilots bring vital healthcare to remote regions in line with global best practices. These efforts, diversification, heritage preservation, empowerment, and sustainability are what purposeful progress looks like today. So by bringing these ideas together, we uncover a central insight. Leadership in our era means welcoming change while standing firmly on values that unite us. So as we reflect on the journey we've discussed, blending heritage, fostering inclusivity, and leading with purpose in the intelligent age, it becomes clear that progress demands both roots and courage. At a time when intelligence is increasingly shared between humans and technology, we honor our traditions not by preserving them unchanged, but by allowing them to guide us as we embrace new ideas and opportunities. So I invite all of us to remember the words with which we began. Progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. So let us lead by example in the intelligent age, open to growth, anchored by values, and by being brave enough to change our minds for the sake of a better future. In doing so, we achieve not just progress, but the kind that endures. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basma. And let's move to the next panel, Mentorship that Moves Women, Elevating Women Worldwide. And please welcome on stage the moderator, Jill Luca, MBA MCC Academic Director of the Global Academy of Coaching, Mentor, Entrepreneur.
Thank you. Hello. Ladies, come. A round of applause. Can you hear me? No? Yes? Cool. Great. As the amazing mentors come in, I would like to ask you, this is a mentoring panel. Who has ever had a mentor from this audience? Let me see your hands. Who has a mentor? Yes, so you have experienced the power of mentoring. Excellent. So, Heba, I'm going to start with you. Would you like to tell me what you believe that your work has done as a difference? How have you made a difference in the mentoring section?
HR. Yeah, it's here. Okay. Hello, everyone. My pleasure to be here with you today, especially in Riyadh. Mainly my work revolves around HR consulting and mentorship, mainly for businesses, especially in startup phase. So I'm very happy to see how mentorship just make the reassurance that mentors give to the mentees and to turn their work into more confidence and to make sure that we need to have their vision into more structure. Through mainly my organizational development consultancy, I was able to work with more than 200 co-founders.
Amazing.
Yeah, half of them I think were females, and yeah, it was an interesting journey, and I really love how to turn this more into structure, into plans, and not just ambition and vision.
Incredible, incredible. Wafa, you are the founder of Playbook. 11,000 members in 3 years. A round of applause, please. Congratulations.
Sleepless nights.
Do you want to tell me more?
Yes, so hi everybody. I'm Wafa, I'm from Bahrain. I'm so excited to be here. I run Playbook. Playbook is a venture-backed private network for women. We invest, we support each other, we get each other opportunities. And we also do mentoring on the app. There's over 200 coaches on the app where corporates and individuals can book access. The goal is to build this into a 100,000 woman community and really get into leadership positions that can fix and amend the world that we're in, because we need it. We also believe women are supernatural. We were talking about this. I made eyeballs, my husband did not, so I am an incredible human. And I do believe that we are trying to build a more equitable world with less than 10% of women making it into chief positions, less than 5 make it into board positions, and 2% of VC funding goes to women. We are on a mission to really change that. And I think the boys do this so beautifully. We were saying that they have their cigar lounges and their golf, and this is where they do business, and we're trying to recreate that on Playbook, but for us. So we love to matcha and walk and do other stuff that's exciting, that's within working hours.
Amazing, congratulations. Her Royal Highness, Princess Katerina of Serbia, you are a royal leader and you have dedicated your life to etiquette and giving back. Do you want to tell me a story from mentoring that has really stuck with you in your heart?
Jill, thank you so very much for asking me this question. And before I start, I just want to say to Princess Noura and the royal family, thank you so very much for inviting us here to this amazing event. I'm going to tell a story about one day when I walked into a lift and there was this very shy, sorry, I think the microphone's got a life of its own, very scared lady, and I asked her, what are you doing here? And she said to me, well, I'm coming to meet a group of people, a group of ladies who are going to mentor me and who is going to make me feel stronger in my work. So I asked her, what do you do? She said, I work with the National Health Service in London. And I thought, you should be more outward going. You should not be scared. You should not be terrified of meeting your patients. So when I said to her, I said, can I call you darling? She said, yes, please do. And she sort of felt slightly better because someone actually said darling to her. Maybe she never got that at home. Maybe nobody cared about what she did because of her working for the National Health Service. We had 5 floors to go up in a lift, and it was a slow lift. So it was great for me because she had no idea who I am and that I was going to be one of the mentors when we got to the event. So I said to her, what is it that makes you shy and makes you scared of your patients? She said, but I've always been told off and put down as a child. I said, don't worry, so have I, because my mother was very much with the boys being the stronger ones in the family. So when I told her, pretend I'm your patient, how are you going to speak to me? So she said, well, what is wrong with you? And I said, my dear, how can I help you? How can I make you feel better? Tell me your story, because then, once I know your story, I will then be able to help you and make you feel stronger. Strangely enough, I was noticing she was growing and growing and growing. So by the time we got the 5th floor, she actually got out of the lift and she went and shook someone's hand, which she didn't do before. So I felt great because I helped someone only for about 30 seconds or a minute in her life, that she actually felt as if she was important, and being bullied and pulled down all the time made her scared. And I know what that was like, because I was a girl with 3 boys at home. So boys always were the big ones in the family. I had to prove myself. So from that is why I try and help other ladies to be stronger.
I love it, and you have done it for thousands of women.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Virginia Rivera, you're the VP of the Parish Group of Companies and Trust and the CEO of Mahila Udami Club. You have helped in 4 continents to educate and mentor thousands of people. How do you ensure that you're doing it on the professional side, but also on the heart side?
Wow, that's a great question, and I think it's a very important one. As we know, mentorship can start as an emotional attachment, right? There's a one-on-one relationship. I think that it really becomes transformational when it's no longer just one-on-one and it starts a ripple effect starting with that person and their system. So I think of mentorship as an ecosystem, and we use it to design an ecosystem where we not only attend or take care of this woman, but also she continues to gain confidence, she gains skills, and that is going to have a ripple effect on everybody else that she takes care of or that she works with. So I want to make sure that they feel taken care of in the emotional side, but mentors are not only there for that emotional support. They're there also for that professional guidance. So definitely sometimes people will come to you as a mentor because you've been through this before. You understand what I'm going through, and that is true, and it's so important. But also it's our job as mentors then to really show them the way with leadership, maybe financial literacy, and other areas so they can continue to grow.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Viola Edward, you're the CEO of Grit Academy, Executive Director and Partner of Creative Women Platform from the beginning, and the President and Co-Founder of the Global Mentoring Network and Sustainable Art of Fashion Academy, and also Northor. But for me, you are the person who brings psychotherapy, brings breathe work, brings mentoring and coaching all in one. To be honest, because monitor the global scene, I don't think that someone brings all these beautiful aspects together. Do you want to share more about this?
Sure. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Well, that's the advantage of being older. You keep getting trained, and you accumulate more technique to help your client. I'm the proud mentee of one of my favorite mentor ever there, Heather, and I have one of my mentees here. So for me, mentoring is, I think we need to clarify the concept of mentoring. Through an experience. Can you hear me?
Yes.
A mentor is somebody who passed through an experience, learn from it, come to the other side of the experience, develop wisdom, and have the vow to share that, to give it into a service, making an honorable profession of it. So first, mentoring not necessarily is giving for free. Mentoring is a profession. Actually, as the president of the Global Mentoring Network, we've taken to be like a technical career in universities. We're working with it around the world. And also, it's important not to have only one mentor, because also mentoring is not in relation of only self-development. We can have sport mentor, financial mentor, grief mentor, immigration mentor. What is important about mentorship? There is two characteristics also are very important. All good mentors are also good coaches. They know how to do all the questions to get the best of you out. But also there is one part that is directive. And there is this part that you sit leveled with the other person, because it's humanizing the experience. So you cannot be a good mentor if you're not compassionate, if you don't have humbleness, if you're not willing to serve. In this context, when we are in a session, being with a person, with a couple, or with a family, depend on what's the subject, we can grab this technique or the other technique. What is very important is that we need nowadays more mentors for one reason. Our friend of the UN still here. When we work about the Sustainable Development Goals, the number 17 says we will achieve the goals if we work in partnership, in alliances. Nobody will achieve, no country, no company, no organization will achieve the goal by themselves. And then they finish that with a sentence, let's don't leave anyone behind. If we don't want to leave anyone behind, we need to train more mentors. We need more mentors. If not, it's not going to be possible to really, really help everybody to move forward. This is why mentorship nowadays is such an important subject to go forward. Thank you for this question.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Lima Aquafran, you're the Professional Development Manager in the Aquafran company. You are the one that is connecting in this panel the two generations. What's going on? How do you believe that your peers think about mentoring?
So, hello everyone. The new generation definitely has changed the concept of mentorship. Well, the traditional concept that we know about is a senior professional guiding a junior one, while nowadays it has shifted to be more of a mutual and collaborative approach. And how is that? The concept has changed. Now, instead of transferring knowledge, now it's about exchanging perspectives. So now young professionals bring digital fluency, they bring creativity, they bring a high sense of purpose, while experienced leaders bring wisdom, context, and a strategic thinking. And when both are willing to, when both are open to learning, this becomes more of a collaboration between both the mentors and the mentees. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Heba, you have seen mentoring with women. Let's go on the negative side, which I rarely go as a coach, but what is the one mistake that we're doing so that we don't do it again with mentoring, especially for women?
I believe that nowadays mentorship has been changed. It's not only about mainly transferring knowledge, because I believe that knowledge is everywhere. Knowledge is becoming more free and free. So founders are not looking for someone who tells them, just do this and this and this. They're more looking for someone who just unblock the blind spots and the potential that they need to do. Encourage them to take risks. Encourage them to, it's okay to make mistakes, to learn from it. I believe that especially we are, as women, we're a little bit scared of investing a little too much, or just maybe being a little bit hard, or being at the figure of the business, or being the lead of it. I believe that we are women all over the world is a little bit scared in business more than men. And I believe that as a mentor, especially if you're mentoring a female founder or someone, you need to encourage them really to make mistakes. It's fine to make mistakes. What's the worst thing that can happen? It's not about proving them wrong. It's about just unlocking the blind spots, unlocking the potential, turning the ambitious into something that's structured, that really can go somewhere. I believe that this is the biggest thing that we need to, if we're looking to empower really women or maybe female founders, we really make them not only inspirational talk or maybe just some time or something. No, we need just to really give them the decision-making space, to have a space, safe space to talk, to ask really hard questions in order to move forward.
Yes, I love it. So embrace mistakes, fail forward. Yes. I love it. Wafa, how is Playbook supporting female entrepreneurs today? What do you guys do?
So Playbook started off as a master class for women. We started just churning amazing content, and our members started saying, I want to book a call with Emel Dukhan or Ilham Hassan. And we started to ask our masters who have such value for their time to allocate us office hours or certain hours a year at a rate. And we started seeing members booking those hours. They'd watch the master class or attend their workshops and then book calls with them to ask them clarifying questions.
Perfect.
And then we said, why did we stop here? Let's keep going and add more experts onto the app. So we started off with business coaches, then lawyers, and then therapists, nutritionists. And we realized something, that our members don't want to just stick with one coach. They actually have different challenges and problems across multiple spheres, right? Some stuff at home, some stuff with friendships, some stuff at work. So they started saying they didn't want to be locked into one coach for 8 or 9 sessions. So we opened it up, and now they can book sessions per hour. But for us, the corporates was the big game changer. When corporates started buying mentorship credits for their employees, we saw such a high succession rate in terms of feedback that they were getting. They were more motivated at work, because some of them need someone to talk to about, how to lobby at work, how to brand themselves in their offices, how to strengthen their communication. And some of them just didn't like their bosses. They wanted someone to talk to about, how do I build a better relationship with my boss?
Of course.
So this is what we've unlocked. And what I found really incredible is, if you are an extrovert and you are comfortable tapping somebody on the shoulder to say, I would like to book a meeting with you, you have an advantage. But so many people don't want to tap someone's shoulder or stalk them on LinkedIn to book a meeting. So we democratized access. So now you can just look at different profiles or run a survey, and we tell you who you should be connecting with, and you can look at your budget and see who would work. But globally, people around the world have something called their personal advisory board, right? So we hear about board of directors for companies, but we should all have a personal advisory board based on the things that we need support in. So like, do you want to strengthen your money skills? Do you want someone to strengthen your lobbying or your power skills at the office? Or do you need someone to strengthen your whatever it is? I was going to say, your relationship skills. But anyways, we don't do that at Playbook. So the idea here is that you build a core team of experts that you go to complete you in different spaces. Now for founders, at every stage of the business, they need different types of coaches. So sometimes you need a coach that will help you get from A to B. And then as you level up, you need more expertise and different specific sets of coaches. So we also support from that area. But I think the biggest takeaway here is democratizing access. You don't need a lot of effort or energy or stalkerish behavior to find the right coach. You work out how much you want to invest in, like you would go to a restaurant and even invest in trying different foods. Try different coaches till you lock in the right one, and it should feel like great chemistry when you find the right coach and expert. So I think that's what we've been able to do at Playbook.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Princess Katerina of Serbia, you have mentored thousands of people. What do you think is the one basic attribute that a mentor must have?
One thing I feel that everyone should have, particularly when they're mentoring, is to believe in what you are doing. I think it's important, because if you don't believe in it, how can you mentor and support another person? The other thing I feel is give them that confidence, give them that positivity, give them all these different things. Like I was teaching a 5-year-old girl. She was not interested. So what I deliberately did was, okay, don't worry, I'll go and talk to your mother. So we were playing a game, and she was paying attention and learning all the way through. And we started to have a little game. At the end of the week session, she was so positive. She was so happy. She felt, because she's artistic, that the other children, where she drew and made their own birthday cards, the birthday invitations, their Christmas cards, she felt great.
Perfect.
To continue the story, the older side of the family is now taking me to Washington because they respected, which is the other thing, is respect the pupil so they can respect you.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Beautiful story.
Thank you.
Dr. Virginia, so they say that mentorship sometimes can create codependency. What do you do in order to ensure that, you know, when someone really has finished the loop of the relationship, they move ahead?
I think that is a great question, and many times as mentors, we don't really establish this when we start that relationship, right? Because it's your decision to accept the mentee, right? And the mentor will definitely study or get referrals. So we're starting something, so definitely we need to let them know that you're not a crutch. You're a catalyst, right?
Yeah.
So as a mentor, once you clarify that, I am not here, there's a lot of trauma in people, right? And we need to be very clear that we are not therapists. We don't deal with that part. That is not what I do. And if we're clear about their expectations and what they can get from you in this one-on-one relationship, that eventually will become multiplied. Because I think the key of great mentorship is when it multiplies and it impacts that person and that person continues to give forward. So I think that one of the most important things is realizing and letting them know you're not a crutch. You're not there to do all the work for them. You have been through it before. You can give them some advice. You can walk with them. But definitely, even if it's a paid or unpaid mentoring relationship, it's very important that we're clear that this has a time. And as a mentor, you're a professional. You need your time also. So it should have a period of time. I mentor people between 3 and 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, we'll see how we go. But definitely they need to know that you're not their crutch. On the contrary, you're their catalyst to whatever it is that they want to become.
I love it. I love it. Dr. Viola, you have mentored thousands of people all over the world. In this generation, do they seek more healing or mentoring? What's going on?
Yes, well, here the age come again. Actually, my generation also was very eager to work. I started reading book about psychology at the age of 11. The joke was that if Freud will be alive, I will be his girlfriend, you know? So, and I started being in group therapy at the age of 20. Actually, my therapist back then become my mentor, my teacher. He's still alive. He's 94 years old, and now I'm making a book about him. So I think in my generation, we were very eager to learn, to heal trauma, to advance, to expand. It's just that this generation has so much information, so many possibilities, and have people like me on stage, in the airplane or in the bus, talking about what we do.
Yeah.
So, for example, I'm somebody who talk about how I heal alcoholism. I'm somebody who talk about menopause. I'm somebody who talk about getting married after 40, or how you reinvent yourself in another country, in another continent after 45. So what happened? The new generation have all this information and have access to many of us so easily in different languages, in different way, online. Like the majority of the session nowadays we do online, and then when we meet the client in person, it's such a glory, but we advance a lot. In my time, I was born in 59. In my time, we didn't have all these advantages. So when we wanted to really advance and heal, we had to be very engaged. We had to be, and for you, new generation, I really bow to you. You have so many opportunities, and please use them, because especially now that we're multiplying mentorship around the world in several languages, if I couldn't help you, there is so many of my colleagues that can, in your language, in your city, in your country. So just reach out.
Perfect. I love it. I love it. Lima, you are designing programs. So there's an institutional part, and there's also a mentoring part. How do you bridge it?
Okay, so I think the real bridge between institutional training and true mentorship is the culture that we build around learning and people development. So yes, we can design a lot of comprehensive, detailed training programs, but what truly shapes a person's journey is not only what they're taught, it's how they are guided throughout the way. So we always make sure that when designing the training programs that we have the culture of mentorship embedded within. And we are always keen because, you know, mentorship is the thing that no training model can replicate.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Beautiful. I love it. Now, is there any question that you would like to do to these amazing? Yes, please. I love this. Thank you. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
making this point.
We are, sorry, I forget to mention this. For example, I have a mentor who's 17 years old who mentored me to use this better. Yeah? Because isn't it like I'm dyslexic? I have dyscalculia. Imagine how much I suffer with that. And I pay him. So it's an honorable profession. So the idea is to build up the honorability of mentorship from very early age, so they can mentor each other, same age, cross generation. Doesn't have to be that I'm older and you're younger and I have something to give you. No, it's not only the transference of skills, it's the humanity of it, with compassion and with kindness and with time.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you for bringing this up. Another question? Go ahead. So, because you don't have a microphone, you're talking about paying forward in mentoring. So, doing one session and then someone else doing another session, like giving it forward. So I really love it. And maybe this
an idea for Playbook.
Yes, actually, this is perfect timing because you're going to make me do a bit of indirect marketing. But we're launching the Pledges program on Playbook. So all our members, when they join, they have to sign a pledge that they will mentor and coach and advise other members in the group. This actually came from one of our most incredible members from Qatar called Dr. Shahina, who came and I said, this is what you can get out of Playbook. You can grow your network. You can fundraise for your business. And then she said, what can I do to help? Like, how do we build this collectively? And I think she opened that light bulb up. She's like, I'm happy to dedicate some hours to support other members.
So you're doing it.
So yeah, so this is something that we're doing.
I
So
love
as soon
it.
as you join,
Great.
you'll be able
Dr.
to do
Virginia,
that.
you want to share
Yes,
something?
I wanted to add that
Quickly.
it's really important that we do pay it forward. And like I said, mentorship really works when it multiplies. And what you're saying is actually a great example. I have 2 organizations that actually equip women to get ahead in different aspects of their life. It could be as easy as standing up for herself. It could be as being a better parent. It could also be learning how to manage funds, how to start your own business. And I want to invite anybody here. We have 2 great organizations, Makilat Udyami, which is in India, but it really impacts rural women all over the world, and Mujer Emprende Latina. So if you're in the position right now to pay it forward, to really pay back what somebody gave it to you and you want to give it to somebody else, I'm going to be here till Friday, but I love that you brought that up because that is when mentorship
Great.
really shines.
I
It's
love
when
it.
it multiplies. Thank you for that.
And
3 seconds.
please,
Just 3 seconds here. Thank you.
Yeah.
At Talent 360, we have 90% of our workforce are females and 70% of our leadership body are females. And one of their KPIs is having 2 females from their team ready for promotion.
I
So
love
this is how we replicate the pay forward method inside an organization or from a business perspective. This is one of their KPIs, just to be ready to develop in your team and make others just as leaders as you.
Great. We're going to end it here because we're out of time.
just one thing, 27th of October was declared by Chelsea Baker from England. She's an amazing mentor. And now we're working in the UN to be declared the UN Mentoring Day. And other organizations in the world, we took that day to celebrate. So on the 27th of October, please, each one of you pay forward, at least that one day in the year. Thank you so much.
So anything else you want, the speakers are going to be here. A very big round of applause, please, for everyone. And thank you for your attention.
Yes, sorry for that. Thank you, ladies, for this wonderful panel. Interwoven ingenuity, the creative energy fueling female influence. Regarding this topic and this title, please welcome on stage the Honorable Islay Oliva Salinas, Chairman of the Board, Creative Women Platform.
Well, good afternoon, evening, I should say. How wonderful that some of us are still here after this most extraordinary day of what has been truly groundbreaking and so inspiring. So much has been shared and said about what is happening in Saudi, which really, really motivates me beyond measure. I have been here since the 23rd of October and attended some wonderful symposia to do with healthcare, biohacking, longevity, the Financial Initiatives Institute, which had leaders from all over the world come to Riyadh to share in their wisdom and their knowledge. And yesterday, I had the pleasure of seeing some of the Forbes effort, and before that, Fortune. And now here we are with what I consider to be such a proud-making second symposium for the Creative Women platform. It is absolutely terrific to see the progress that has occurred from last year to this year. And I thank everyone involved, from your highnesses to all of the panelists and wonderful students from the university and everyone who's galvanized here to really make a change in what is an interwoven set of ingenuity, where in the year of the handicraft, I believe it's extremely important that we marry finance and empowerment with creativity. In my background, I have been involved more as an investment banker and financier and consultant. And I find that I have migrated from those days to philanthropy, where I support the creative arts in theater, music, opera, and ballet, and just really indulging female-based and initiatives that are in areas of healthcare, in areas of education, in areas of infrastructure, and communing with what is nature and our environment to make a more sustainable environment for all of us to live in globally. I feel strongly that within the weaving of ethics and finding a fabric in innovation, we can collaborate cross-border in a very meaningful way. And I think this is being proved through the collaborations of Saudi with the United Kingdom, with South Korea, with other areas in Silicon Valley. I was a judge for the Saudi 20 tech founders that went to Imperial College and worked with Founders Factory. And it has been a joy to see some of the collaborations that we are able to foster with the kingdom and other areas of the world. And I can only say that we've heard a lot about what's happening here, but I think within our own communities, it is very important to engender grassroots projects that really make a difference. For me, I have a portfolio that involves education from early childhood all the way to high school. And we have innovation within alternative modalities for children to learn and ground themselves through tapping, through sound therapy, through meditation, through connecting with their teachers and the parents, as opposed to being diagnosed with attention deficit disorder and resorting to any sort of medications, which is just something that is coming back to nature. I believe strongly in ingenuity and in gamification for education. So we have a system of play in something called BrainSpark Games, which has been funded by the Dragon's Den in England and is working with children from ages 8 to 13 to learn through video gaming and be educated in that format. I'm also involved with something called Znotes, which was one of the largest platforms for note sharing in the world, started by a 16-year-old who grew up in Jeddah and is from Pakistan and is now 27 and has grown his business and is now having a fellowship at KAUS in the kingdom and writing and being funded by the kingdom for his thesis. I have had the privilege of being advisor and sort of super angel investor in this project. I'm also undertaking philanthropically a couple of conscious AI challenges for children and pre-college children to understand that there's other entrepreneurial paths that may be of use for them other than academia, depending upon the appropriateness of the mind. I think if we choose consciousness and mindfulness, we can make great impact on those around us in their daily lives and their daily choices. By that I mean in consumer and in all that we do for our day-to-day. I'm involved in an accelerator which invests in consumer goods and making sure that what we clean with, what we eat is ergonomic, it's sustainable, and we're not polluting our environment through products, through the regular purchases that sometimes we don't know what we have in those products. And I think it's extremely important that we're mindful of making choices that in our daily life will change the way we operate to have a more efficient, more healthy environment for ourselves. Within that, we have femtech, other solutions for how to keep ourselves mentally grounded. And then, I guess another area of great importance, I believe, is infrastructure, and in making sure that our environment is sound. And we have a great deal of, I guess, trauma in the world with respect to earthquakes, unexpected natural phenomenon, which is plaguing all of our countries. And solutions for that through technology, through AI, is becoming more and more accessible. And in that vein, there's some very wonderful projects within disruptive areas which make a difference, and so important to get behind those. So as women, I feel strongly that we have the ability to influence many endeavors, and we are able to make choices in our lives to buy brands that are started by other women, to invest time and mentor those opportunities as a policy, as an investment which we then incorporate in our daily lives. And from that standpoint, I feel strongly that the ethics of what we weave into the fabric of innovation in this year of the handicraft is really an idea that not only shapes the future, but nurtures it with responsibility, with compassion, and with the dignity of purpose. And all of that we can do at each of our communities, wherever we are in the world. And I encourage all of you to think consciously and mindfully about the choices that we make in our daily lives, as well as the big strategies that we have going on with connectivity throughout the world. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you for welcoming us and for being part of what is galvanizing change within all of our communities. And Saudi being the most wonderful example of progress in this arena. Having come to the kingdom in 1991 for the first time, till 2013, as a young banker, I've seen the most extraordinary change, which I never expected would be possible in my lifetime. And I'm so proud to say that you have done beyond the expectations of anything I'd hoped to see. So let's continue with that mission, and we are very happy to collaborate with that in mind. Thank you.
thank you. But of course, you're going to stay here because you're going to be the moderator for the next panel under the title, Educate to Empower, Rethinking Learning for Women's Growth, Visionary Leadership for Women in a New Era. Of course, we welcome the panelists, Ms. Raja Mu'mina, Founder and General Manager, Future Institute of Higher Education and Training, Ghada Al-Aql, Rewards Senior Manager, Arab National Bank, Attorney Dr. Hayatham bin Hasher, Founder and CEO, Dr. Hayatham bin Hasher Medical Law Firm and Consultancy, Mrs. Nada Saleh Al-Ismail, Assistant Deputy Minister for Scholarship, Ministry of Education, KSA, Dr. Hawazan Al-Mugren, Dean College of Business Administration, Princess Noura University. Thank you.
I think if you sit at your, that's wonderful, yes. Wonderful. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes. Good. Is that okay? Yeah. Everybody's here. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you so much for being with us today and closing what has been a miraculously exciting and long day. I think we're running a little bit over time, so we'll try to do our best to keep things to time. I've shortened what I had to say, so hopefully we catch up a little bit on time. But I just wanted to say that this is a combination of, I think, leadership, growth, and education. We have very interesting panelists who are doing much in the area of leadership within their organizations and have done wonderful things in the country. Raja, I commend you for your multiple industry hats, and you're a woman after my own heart. You have been quenching the thirst of opening minds by continuously developing programs to meet public expectations and empower the growing demand of specialized training, particularly among women in fields such as interior design, marketing, sales, fashion design, back into the 90s. And then, of course, you were just awarded in 2025 one of the most 10 Saudi women featured in her influence exhibition in Osaka, Japan, for your outstanding contribution to education, to innovation, to community development. You have been at this since the 90s. When I came to this country in 1991 was when you were busy doing things that not a lot of women were doing. So I commend you on all of that, and thank you for paving the way for all of us to be where we are today. You've surmounted many obstacles in the 90s, pivoting professionally from medicine to charitable work to founding the Future Institute of Higher Education and Training. Kindly share with us how your unwavering quest for the acquisition of skills and knowledge changed the paradigm of women's education at the time.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Firstly, I would like to thank Princess Noura for this opportunity to be able to be with everyone, and I would like to thank all the organizers for Creative Women. It's my first time here, and I've really enjoyed from my heart all what I have seen and all the sessions I've attended. My start was in 1991. I came from England, from a totally different background. I'm a graduate from the medical school in England. And for some reason, I worked for 6 years in the University Hospital of King Abdulaziz University. But I could tell that from the 6 years I've worked, I've seen the lack and the gap between technical skills and the learning we take in universities and in education. There's a big gap between what we learn in school and what we do in actual life when we go to jobs. And this is how I started thinking that I want to do something for my country where graduates can actually feel comfortable when they leave universities or leave, even if they didn't go to university, can take diploma, and they can join the workforce with ease and understanding of how your skills should be in order to work without feeling uncomfortable that there's much I don't know or I don't know what to do. So this is the story in very short, what is Future Institute.
Wonderful.
So,
Thank
as
you.
you mentioned, we offer a lot of programs, but the start was mainly English and computer when the PCs were just started to exist. And this is my story, this is how it started. You've summed up most of it, but this is my version of it.
That's
Thank you.
wonderful. That's
Thank
the first
you.
question. Gada, it's so wonderful to have you with us. And it's terrific what you're doing at the Arab National Bank. We're very grateful to have you as sponsors and to have such a large representation from the bank within the panels, within the sponsorship. I had the great pleasure of working with Randa Sadiq when I was a banker, and she's now the chief executive of Arab Bank in Jordan, which is, I guess, affiliated and part of the Arab National Bank. I saw her at FII, and it was just a delight to see each other, and she was very heartened to know that I was involved with Creative Women Platform, which she didn't know. So the circle closes, and it's wonderful to see that, because this was back in the 80s, 90s. But please guide us through the Arab National Bank's strategy to empower its professional women through executive management programs, which are enhancing remuneration, recognition, and international exposure, both financial and qualitative.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to express how honored I am taking part of this panel today. Also being a female HR leader at Arab National Bank, holding the top performing banks in KSA this year. At Arab National Bank, we have this shared responsibility of providing, empowering women leadership through a holistic approach, being non-financial aspect and the financial aspect. For the non-financial aspect, we encourage training opportunities, access to mentorship initiatives, international development leadership programs, as well as access to global conferences, giving our female leaders the exposure to the best international practices and networks. On the monetary side, or the financial side, we have tailored competitive compensation packages, including a tailored long and short-term incentive plans, being with it a shares program as well, which has been defined to enhance performance, drive growth, and most importantly, ensure equity.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I guess now, Haitham, you are an inspiration. You are the first Saudi female lawyer in medical law and ethics, and the first female founder of a medical law and ethics firm in Saudi Arabia. And you have experience not only in Saudi, but in the UK, in the UAE, in Latvia, and Taiwan. I find your subject matter very intriguing and enjoy the mix of what is a unique medical, legal, and ethical background. So with that in mind, I think that a unique international experience, as we've mentioned, what do you see as the most pressing ethical challenge facing global healthcare systems today, and how can we begin to address it? wonderful that that's carried on and will only grow. So with that in mind, education is being redefined by AI, as we all know, and it's all the buzzword, and experiential learning. How do we think we can design learning experiences that move women from being passive learners to active decision makers and truly prepare them for leadership in the digital era? I think we're all focusing on different aspects of that, but maybe you can give me your thoughts, your particular thoughts.
Hello, everyone. The pleasure is ours to host this forum at Princess Noura University. So I'll put the hat of the Dean of a business school and answer your question about the, being passive learner. So if we look back at the history of business schools, it started in 1819 in Paris. It was not under any university. It was just a private institution where it was founded by economists. They used to teach students how to do business, how to negotiate, how publishing in specific journals. So with that shift, our students become, they come to us only for the degree. They don't really learn. And this is not in our business school, this is around the world. When they go to the job market, they start training for the job. So as business schools at PNU, at College of Business, we realized that Gen Z now are not learning in the same traditional classroom. They have access to all the information. We just need to guide them how to use that information. We need to help them to master their skills. So what did we do? We took all our courses and we divided them into three categories. The first category is the theoretical course, where they learn on their own way. We put all the lectures online, and then when they come to class, they come and teach it to each other. This is the first one. The second category, we have the more advanced subjects like entrepreneurship, design learning, and we turned it into design thinking approach, where they come up with a project at the end. Instead of final exam, they need to present their final project that is ready to be a business or initiative, ready to be applied. And then the third category, where they become more advanced, they enter virtual companies. We let them be in a simulation, gaming, where Gen Z like this approach very much. So they will, each student will be part of a company and in her major. So if she's marketing, she'll be in a marketing department. If she's HR, she'll be in HR department. Those companies compete against each other, and each month we give them a challenge. After this challenge, we see their financial statement, and AI help us with that. And the company that have the best decisions will win this game. So they are applying what they're learning, the theory that they're taking from us, they're applying it, they're seeing the integration between departments, and they're learning leadership. And that's how we do it at the College of Business.
Fantastic. So for you, Raja, keeping on the theme of AI, you were an early adopter. You created something called the Futuristic Advancement Forum in January of 2020.
Before Corona.
You had a realization of a dream that came through when you brought global experts on blockchain and AI to Riyadh at an early time, and you put all this together through fascination and determination. Tell us how AI, from your perspective, is transforming learning from a process of development into one of continuous enhancement in your own endeavors.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing this up. Actually, this forum was a turning point in my career. I was in Canada, and my daughter had her first baby, and I stayed there for a long time. So this forum came up while I was browsing the Instagram. It's Future something forum in Canada, yes. And it was about AI. So I attended. It was a 3-day thing, and I was fascinated with what they were talking But for some reason, I saw it at that time using AI in a different manner. So I was thinking, why can't I speak to they were emerging AI experts or innovators, they call them, and see if they can ask them to discuss AI in another manner where it can be adapted to training. So I was telling my daughter, let me speak to Mr. Ian Khan. He's a well-known, if anybody Googles his name on Google, he's a big expert on innovation of AI. And my daughter said, oh, come on, mother. You're going to ask a Canadian guy to come and attend an expert forum in Saudi. Well, you're just an institution. I said, well, let's try. And I spoke to him, and he was very interested. He was very interested, yeah. And then I called somebody else, and there were three innovators. And we sat and discussed it. It was long hours on Zoom discussing all this. And they actually brought keynotes that were really nice. I mean, like dream as high and have digital not affect your personality. All these things that where AI has to be taken more as a support rather than a main technology. And actually, it made the audience was very impressed with what they heard. It was just now, blockchain was just new in the 2020. And from that, I learned that we should really put into our programs into the use of AI and to enhance and develop, not to use it as a replacement. I mean, a lot of people think now, oh, come on, let me use these applications and programs to replace me having to spend time and waste a lot of time of work. It's absolutely wrong. You should use it to enhance what you as a person can get, because you are not going to be me, and I'm not going to be you any. This is what made God's creation is so different, and AI will never reach to that point.
I agree.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you.
And keeping on this theme of AI, I think the Arab National Bank's commitment to promoting women's leadership roles has significantly increased female representation in the executive management of the bank. And Ghada, what are the key enablers for effectively implementing these directives? And how are these efforts being enhanced by AI?
I think at Arab National Bank, we believe one of the main key enablers is a shared commitment, both nationally and institutionally. At first, we have the Kingdom's vision, 2030 vision, which is a significant driver to this empowerment, as well as the regulatory bodies, which provided us with guidance and framework on empowering women across all the financial sectors. Comes with that, Arab National Banks has the unwavering support of our senior executives in embedding this framework and guidance internally within our policies, processes, governance frameworks as well. Not only having them as statements, but also actionable practices embedded within our culture.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. Hayatham, as a passionate advocate for ethical and emotionally intelligent leadership, as we all are, and that empowerment begins with awareness, we've discussed. How do you encourage women in the medical and legal profession to raise awareness of one's rights, values, and the preservation of the human spirit?
Thank you for that question. Absolutely love that question, because also I'm a coach, not just a lawyer, but also a coach. I think the most important thing, especially in the fields of medicine and law, is that, but business as well, as professionals, we're taught to be in more of a, and I hate to use the word, a more masculine kind of energy. So we don't bring in the warmth, let's say warmth, instead of, having a go at the men, because it has nothing to do with masculinity or femininity. It's about being you, being the real you. I think the most important thing is bringing that human aspect, because if we want things to be human-centered, especially when it comes to medicine and law, especially with AI coming into the picture, it's important to keep that human aspect. So start with yourselves. what is your emotional intelligence? Are you aware of your own emotions? Are you aware of the emotions of the patient, for example, or the client if you're a lawyer? It's important to stay centered, but also to remind yourself of why you are in this profession. I'm a person that works from purpose. Even if I didn't get paid at all, I would still do what I do because I absolutely love what I do. I love seeing the impact, and I think it's important to do that. Once you are aware of why you're doing what you're doing, then by default, you will know what your rights are and what the other person's rights are, especially when it comes to medicine and law. Because, of course, you know, the rights in these situations are very high at stake, and there's a lot at stake if you basically don't respect those rights. The other thing with regards to medicine and law, and because of AI coming into the picture again, it's important to know that AI is coming in as a support system rather than a replacement. And I know that in some countries, for example, China, they've completely replaced the human in some hospitals and they've gone all AI, which is freaky, but I mean, good for them. At least they can test it out, and then maybe if it works, then we can start to adapt it. So I appreciate them, I salute them, I raise my hat to them, but I think we're on the safer side of having it complementary. So yeah, emotional intelligence for sure, but also I love that you guys spoke in the panel before ours about being basically mentors. And I think one of the issues that we have as professionals, or in any field, not just medicine or law, is that people tend to be a little bit stingy when it comes to information. It's all about the ego, the me, rather than the purpose. How can I be of service? How can I, help someone? How can I inspire someone? So I think collaboration is important, especially because now we're going from the old school rigid fields into a beautiful mesh of fields. We've got a beautiful panel from people from like different walks of life, but also every single field itself is meshed. Medical law and ethics it's a living example of how we need to collaborate, we need to communicate, and we need to be intelligent when we do that. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you so much. I think we can shift a little bit with Nada to really looking at education. You're a champion of fervent empowerment, freedom of choice, aspirational opportunities that you're affording females within your programs. But how important is it to consider the cultural context of defining the parameters of education for not only females, but all in the kingdom? Because I think culture is something that permeates each of our individual geographies. So let's shift to that.
Let's shift to culture. Honestly, I think culture context is what gives empowerment its real meaning in the kingdom. Empowerment in our culture is not about imitation. It's about alignment with education, with opportunity, and with value. In a way, we respect our tradition while welcoming the future. Saudi Arabia's education has always been seen as a bridge, not just for a career, but also to contribute. For example, Prince Nourah University became a space for both academic excellence and culture confidence. Some innovations in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as Mohiba program and human capability development programs, opened doors for girls to participate and learn in STEM and be entrepreneurships, while still celebrating our national identity. So today, education in the kingdom is not only shaping women's future, but it's reshaping what progress looks like. Progress rooted to our values, driven by knowledge, and inspired by a national vision.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And I guess, Dr. Hawazan, how can universities move beyond theory to actually cultivating women leaders who drive change? And what role does the Women Leadership Program at PNU Center play in making that happen? You as the founder, it would be lovely to know what's happening with the center today.
Thank you. Women Leadership Center was founded in 2021, right after we finished the program of the Vision 2030 program of women empowerment. So we were part of the logistics of this program. We started by researching the specific Saudi women's needs and challenges and weakest point and the Saudi labor market. And then we created a program that's actually for their needs. And we didn't want leadership just to be taught. We don't want them to talk about it. We want them to actually do it. So our programs are all hands-on programs. We integrate simulation for a leader. They need to know finance, statistics. So we do it by doing, and financial simulation, also statistics and technology. We have VR glasses where they see actual scenarios happening from the workplace and they act on it. We match them with mentors from the same field. So each mentee will have a mentor from her services. A lot of our mentors are here attending this forum, and they were talking about this experience where, because when you match mentors and mentee from the same field, the experience will be better.
Fantastic. So there's a final wrap-up question. It's the same for everybody. We're probably hugely over time. Thank you to all who have had the interest to stay and listen. But the most important thing is we're enjoying one another. So, as a wrap-up, in order to unlock a future where prosperity is truly shared, how will your efforts ensure women are leaders in crafting solutions that enhance rather than replace human capabilities?
Well, as my own opinion, if you allow me to say, I believe women are more capable of finding solutions. We tend to find that our lives has a lot of obstacles, so we always try to find solutions for whatever we go through. So you're asking if how to combine, you mean? How to put?
Well, you know, everybody's saying that AI is going to replace human capabilities.
No, never.
Eliminate that.
Never.
Or potentially.
Or potentially, yeah.
Having said that, do you believe that that is the case? Or do you think that we will have solutions whereby human capability will coexist alongside AI to facilitate and enhance, as opposed to be one or the other?
Surely I would love to have good governance over AI. To what extent are we going to go through with AI? Hopefully. But with leadership or capabilities, I don't think AI can ever replace the human being, because we tend to always think of different solutions, as I said, compared to not just women. In that case, I'm talking both genders, to how we can survive. I mean, it's nature that how much you can do more in order to be more prosperous and more able to give to this
So it's a tool for added production.
Sorry?
And productivity, as opposed to a replacement, as is happening in parts of China and other parts of the world.
Yeah, I hope. Thankfully, I'm not living there.
So, Gada, how do you feel?
I think from human resources perspective, AI now is a growing tool, and we can use it to equip our female leaders with the skill sets and the capabilities, and we should allow them to have the opportunities to lead the change within organizations from that aspect. However, we encourage to have the human capabilities there. However, equip them with AI to support these aspects of leadership as well.
Dr. Haytham.
I think we shouldn't be afraid of AI as much as we are, to be honest. I've sat with innovators, I've listened to what they've said, and they've reassured me that it's not that scary, which is good because I'm a lawyer. You know, I can govern what's going on, and I can make sure that everyone's safe and happy. But I mean, let's be honest. There's a lot of things that AI can do for us. Doctors don't want to do admin work. I mean, if you take away the admin part from the doctors, you know, it's going to make him or her a better doctor. We're all happy then. And with regards to lawyers, the same. I mean, we don't like the admin work. You know, if AI can do it, why not?
So it's a total enabler.
Yeah,
for
so
you?
it's
Okay.
it's an
Wonderful.
enabler, but also it's going to make you as a human better. As long as the human doesn't totally depend on AI.
Yes.
Like I see some people depending on ChatGPT. Use your brain, invest in yourself, develop who you are as a person, become a better person, be irreplaceable.
Yes.
Then nothing can, replace you. AI
Yes,
or
because
not.
I guess there's quality control with disinformation and incorrect information, which can lead one astray. But be that as it may. So Nada, what do you feel?
I think AI is going to make life more easier. When I see AI, I remember the times when we went to the library and went through those books to look for what we need to know and read all those and make photocopies of all the pages and then go home and read everything we collected from the library.
No, it's
So I think it's going to save time for students in education. So I think let's take the good part of it and go on to succeed.
Perfect.
Thank you.
An enabler. Dr. Hawazan?
Summarize it in one sentence. Guiding technology to serve humanity, not the other way around.
Say that again.
Guiding technology to serve humanity, not the other way around.
Perfect. Well, thank you thank you so much for your input, for your thoughts. It's been an honor to moderate you. And I think this is the conclusion of day one. Thank you.
I would like to welcome on stage Dr. Viola Edward and Isley Oliver Salinas to remain on the stage for final words for today. So, thank you very much for your patience today. Thank you so much. Such a wonderful session. Thank you so much for your beautiful moderation. We'll be united by Viola to say final words for today and thank everyone for their presence. We hope it will be warmer tomorrow, so many more could stay until the end of the day. But it's been such a pleasure to present the first day of the second edition of Creative Women Forum in collaboration with the Women's Leadership Center at Princess Noura University. Thank you so much. We warmly thank you for your hospitality. We would like to thank all our speakers today. Yes. Yes, it's very informal and very creative indeed. We would like to say thank you again to all our partners and supporters, of course to our dearest patron, without whom we could not be here. We are so grateful to Her Royal Highness Princess Noura Al Saud. And we are very grateful again to the Women's Leadership Center at Princess Noura University. Thank you so much. We feel so welcomed here. We love the stage. We love the hall. Thank you for all your contributions and also on the stage as speakers, moderators. Thank you. We would like to say thank you to Arab National Bank, to Ministry of Culture, Women in Energy, Riyadh Municipality, Rukun Creative Exchange, Al-Mashtal Center, Jared Hotel, Marini, DHL Express Saudi Arabia, Akfand, Lucid, Saudi Electricity Company, Principal Buyer, Nayara, Al-Fanar, Saudi Arabian Botanical Society, Sigul Marketing, Quintessential Experiences, United Nations, GTS Travel, Michaela Oliveira, Yara Shoemaker, June GDG Fund, SDG Fund, Sotheby's Climate Scale Up, Wave, Next Level, Art Infusion TV, Parliamentary Society for Arts, Fashion and Sports, Elath, Arab Times News, and our charity partner, Herfa. We would like to thank them all for their support, and I would like now to pass the microphone to Viola Edwards, and one more time to Isli Oliver Salinas to conclude this beautiful first day as leading ladies of Creative Women Platform and members of the board, and Isli being chair of the board, and Viola being the partner of Creative Women and executive director of Creative Women Platform. So, Viola, please say a few words, and in Arabic as well.
السلام عليكم مرة تانية. والله نشكركم كتير على اليوم، كان كله فظيع كتير حلو. I'm most honored to be here again with you. I could feel your smile and your approval and your kindness when I was in the panel, and also in the time here and outside. We really is such a warmth, beautiful welcoming you have given us. So you are also welcome to Creative Women Platform wherever we are in the world. I hope to see you soon in some other places in the world. So we will be seeing you tomorrow. Yalla, مع السلامة.
Well, what a day. It was truly inspiring. And thank you so much for all the participation, the spirit, the energy, and we look forward to the next 2 days. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow at 12 o'clock.